my experience as an eyewitness to the grand festival, this time by another cultural community, the Atamanobo, which paved the way to the publication of Views on Education among Female Members of the Atamanobo, Mandaya, and Mansaka Communities, which was published in 2006. When God's Cry, Exploring Environmental Crisis Through Literature Inspired by Indigenous Peoples' Experiences, was published in the Journal of Literature and Art in November 2013. It is a journal article that recounts the experience of the indigenous communities during a destructive deluge that destroyed much of the provinces in the south. Another cultural community, the Blaan, became my inspiration and my source of equally interesting traditional narratives and other forms of oral tradition. Towards an appreciation of Blaan literature is set for publication, and the folk tales, on the other hand, became the source of a journal article entitled Being Woman, Empowered Matrons and Damsels Not Quite in Distress in Three Blaan Folk Tales. And parts of the collection of the Blaan literature, the folk tales in particular, was published as a children's book in 2013. And then finally, there's this major research also funded by the university that accomplished and somehow completed a research conducted almost 2 decades ago, but the recording of which were lost in time. The new research re-recorded 5 folk epics, 3 of which became the content of the book Yang Dawot Sang Mandaya. And also the recent research inspired the journal article Hulubaton, ang pagtatagpi-tagpi ng dawot ng Mandaya, which was published in 2020. Beyond these journal articles, the researchers also inspired the writing of literary articles, short stories in particular, all of which were published in literary journals available online. These are Loom of Dreams, Invocation, Lights, and the soon-to-be-published anthology titled When Gods Cry. These are the books that are now repositories of indigenous knowledge, stories from the different cultural communities that I had the opportunity of doing research with. These are now used as references in the teaching of folk literature and indigenous knowledge systems in the different levels of education in the country. Here are the insights in conducting researches with and for the LUMADs, or the indigenous cultural community. It is an advocacy, it is a commitment. You become one with the LUMAD experience, you become the voice of the LUMADs, and you write not only about them, but for them and because of them. All of my researches were guided by the Filipino folklorist Arsenio Manuel, his book on Goals for Philippine Folklore Scholars, to collect and record systematically all oral traditions in the language of each and every ethnic group, to preserve, archive, and classify the materials gathered, to translate these materials into one or more common languages for study purposes, and to publish them for the use or enjoyment of the nation and the world. The challenges for today's generation is to create their own folk narratives, a living folklore, their own idea of how they understand what their life is all about, what they understand who they are, and what they want to be. The challenge for folklorists and other researchers is not to lose the advocacy and the passion for doing folkloric researches. The challenge for academic institutions and research funding agencies in the Philippines and in many parts of the world is to encourage and provide full support for these endeavors. Every generation has a story to tell. It is the task of folklorists and researchers to keep the fire burning, to inspire future researchers to take on the challenge of preserving cultural traditions and legacies. The harvest is vast, but the harvesters are few. Join us. At this point, we shall have part 2 of our presentation by Dr. Connie McGabo from South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my friend and colleague, Professor Quintero. In addition to what you have presented, I will briefly give an overview from the South African perspective. In South Africa, what is taught at schools is guided by the Curriculum and Assessment Policy Statement, which is CAPS of 2011. According to CAPS, folk tales should be taught from grade R to 9. When teaching folk tales, it is important to read, discuss, and of course enjoy them. The teaching of folk tales follows Bikosi's theory, which considers the child as a learner who acquires knowledge and skills through the help from those who already possess such knowledge and skills. And in this case, the elderly people do have the required knowledge, skills, and experience. When we look at the picture here, we see that an elderly person is telling stories. Their knowledge is experience-based. Since we know that learning is social, this means that languages, cultures, social norms, and values have a direct influence upon learning. Whereas interpersonal interaction, communication with the community members also inculcate learning amongst the individuals. According to Hong Noon 2016 and Matiba 2015, teaching of folk literature does promote both oral and literary skills such as listening, speaking, reading, and writing. Furthermore, there are more benefits of teaching folk literature, such as for entertainment. And as a result, learning becomes fun to learners and they easily engage in their learning process. They provide meaningful language usage. They assist in developing the learner's perception of metaphoric language use. Furthermore, they are a good source of cultural information because they reveal the cultural activities of a certain people group by being transferred from one generation to the next. They also encourage young learners' imagination and creativity. At the same time, they preserve the culture, custom, practices, history, and knowledge of the people. By introducing folk tales and culture to those who don't know them will be a way of promoting culture. Also, passing them to future generations, that is from the elderly people to the next. If we look at the picture there's a picture of a book, which is another way of showing, passing the knowledge from one generation to the next. This one is mainly aimed at the children. So that is the knowledge or the experience that is needed, and it helps in promoting the culture. Furthermore, raising awareness by informing people is another way of promoting cultural intelligence. So the book is also informing people. It's a way of promoting culture. Therefore, collecting and documenting them before they are forgotten would be the best. In order to do that, we need to get funding for the smooth running of the process. So funding is really important here. In order to preserve them, the plan of preserving them is that we need to learn to share the culture. We need to learn to continue to tell our stories. We have to keep it alive, because to have the knowledge that historic preservation is important in terms of a range of cultural, social, and educational benefits. This is a way of unashamedly preserving our culture and sharing it. In conclusion, the best way to preserve the culture is to keep it alive. I thank you.
Krishnapriya TK is a UGC Junior Research Fellow at Manipal Institute of Communication, Mahe. She is pursuing her PhD in the area of Tagore studies. Her area of interest includes gender studies and Indian English literature. Krishnapriya TK will now be presenting a paper on the topic Women and the Politics of Traditions in the 20th Century India, an analysis of Tagore's Joga Jog, co-authored by Dr. Padmarani.
Good morning, everyone. In this working paper titled Women and the Politics of Traditions in the 20th Century India, an analysis of Tagore's Yoga Job, we attempt a comparative historical discussion through textual analysis to look at the position of women within epoch-changing times of 19th and 20th century Bengal with respect to the portrayal of the traditional ideal of marriage within Rabindranath Tagore's novel Yoga Job, and also to examine its influences in the lived experience of people of Bengal of the same time period. At the same time, the paper intends to touch upon the hold of traditions relating to the same aspects in the contemporary society, forming a bridge for exchange of ideas from two vastly different yet similar times. But before we delve further into the topic of, it becomes imperative to address the question of who was Rabindranath Tagore and what made him one of the most renowned Indian authors. Rabindranath Tagore was Asia's first Nobel laureate, and it was awarded to him in the year 1913 for his immense contributions to the field of literature and his reformative work, especially in the area of rural regeneration. For Indians, Rabindranath Tagore, or Gurudev as he is reverently referred to as, was a man who held the idea of universalism dear, and he rejected this narrow-minded politics and social agendas which were sometimes evidenced in the 19th and 20th century India. A significant and recurring theme in his life was that of universalism that he evidenced in his endeavors, including the establishment of the educational institutions like Shantiniketan and Vishwabharati. The motto of Vishwabharati stands true to his cosmopolitan vision. The motto reads, "Where the world makes its home in a single nest." Tagore's grandfather, Dwarkanath Tagore, was a wealthy landlord who had breached geographical and racial boundaries as he had been a frequent traveler to London and had even dined with the Queen Victoria. But Tagore's father, Devendranath, was a man of a different temperament. He was one of the most prominent figures involved in reviving Bengal society and also in the establishment of Brahma Samaj. Devendranath Tagore's influence lasted for more than 5 decades in Bengal. He was highly influenced by the Vedas and Upanishads and thus revived Vedantic theology through his contributions to the Brahma Samaj, which was a reformist religious movement in Bengal. Tagore's tryst with the ancient scriptures began at his home. Tagore was deeply influenced by Vedic philosophy, and at the same time, other sources such as Bengali Vaishnavism and folk philosophy and spirituality of Gauls also left an imprint on him. Significantly, the teachings of the Upanishad reverberate throughout Tagore's life and works. He was also a close companion of Ram Mohan Roy, the man who illuminated and hoisted the society from the state of degeneration. Tagore was highly impressed by the work of Mohan Roy. Tagore says that in the dark gloom, Ram Mohan Roy, a luminous star, was born. For Tagore, Mohan Roy was a visionary who paved the path to the modern age of progress. Ram Mohan Roy carried the message of the eternal man who, with his understanding of humanity, would regain India's lost sense of equality, cooperation, and humanity. While laying down the historic ground on Tagore, a special emphasis is required on the women of Tagore family. The women of his family, especially his two elder sister-in-laws, Jnanada Nandini and Kadambari Devi, they have played a huge role in shaping in Tagore's mind. They were poetically and artistically inclined, aiding in his literary journey. Jnanada Nandini was also a pioneer in women's movement, from bringing out women out of the Zenana or the Undermahal to the outer world. His sister Swarna Kumari was one among the first women novelists of India. So quickly moving on to Bengal, the Bengal Renaissance, like its Western counterpart, was a consequence of contact with the foreign civilization and knowledge. The tremor caused by Western civilization pushed Bengal out of its lethargy into a new age of revisiting and reviving the Sanskrit classics and reforming the old religions. In this way, Bengal became the center of India's modern awakening in social political realms. The Brahmo movement began in 1828 with the establishment of Brahma Sabha and Ram Mohan Roy's staunch views against the idol worship rituals and other superstition prevalent in the society rattled the Orthodox Bengal of the 1800s, which in a way culminated in the abolition of the evil practice of sati. It said that between 1815 and 1828, the official records state that there were 8,000 widows who were burnt alive. Lord William Bentinck prohibited sati in the year 1829, and this action grew out of tremendous support and strength garnered and provided by Ram Mohan Roy. Young Bengal movement, even though radical in their approach, aimed at a quick transformation of the society, which also scandalized the orthodoxy. And a significant contributor in the modern awakening of Bengal was Pandit Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar, who became an ally of Reformation movement. He added vigor to Ram Mohan Roy's vision of reformation through his staunch protest against child marriage and polygamy. He caused an uproar in Bengali society through his advocacy for widow remarriage, which gained legal validity in 1856, much to the dismay of upper class society. I have only mentioned a very few significant events, especially in the realm of women's emancipation here. Moving forward to discuss about Tagore as a novelist, Tagore has definitely carved a niche for himself as a poet, dramatist, novelist, short story writer, composer, lyricist, philosopher, reformist, educationalist, artist, environmentalist, and much, much more. Tagore is generally regarded as a poet and is often so lowly acknowledged for his Gitanjali or what is known as song offerings. But seeing Tagore merely through the tunnel vision of a globally acknowledged poet is like looking at the iceberg's tip and estimating it to be its whole. Tagore was seeking a wider and fuller literary contentment and thus sought novels to expand his field of literary activity. Tagore has his rightful place in the history of Indian novels. He would manifest as the father of psychological novels in the country. He has pioneered and contributed significantly to the development of the field. Tagore had initially begun his work with historical novels, but it was in 1901 with his first domestic novel, Choke Bali, that he entered the realm of psychological novel, and he actually marked his presence as a significant novelist. The backdrop of Tagore's novels require special mention as they are reflections of Bengal of his time. The socio-religious culture of Bengal is embodied by the realistic characters and settings he has created. Through his novels, Tagore also draws attention towards the troubles faced by women and also the harsh customs prevalent in the society. For example, Tagore deals with the subject of widowhood in his novels such as Choke Bali and Chaturanga. He has also ventured into the depths of human emotions through the modern problems encountered by the then Bengali society. His major novels are divided into political and domestic novels. Jogajog, which we have taken up for discussion today, is published in 1929 and is considered a part of his domestic novels. The framework for this paper is formed through a textual analysis and of Jogajog and various other secondary sources. The theatrical framework is built upon Brinda Nabha's arguments in the book Caste as Women, where she states that Indian society and its structures have been built on traditions, which makes the acceptance of any idea or notion that is deemed Western or foreign difficult. Nabha constructs Indian women to explore the deeper issues in Indian society, which ignores women's liberation through its patriarchal resistance and distorts it through media. The hold of mythology and tradition creates a certain prototype of women, like Sati, Savitri, whose names are often invoked to reflect on real-life women. In the West, even among the traditionals, such sensibilities are harder to find. The subconscious hold of the older traditions and mythologies are so strong among Indians that Nabha claims time future is indeed contained in the time past. The Indian obsession with past often places women at a disadvantage as we speak of ancient greater times which granted men and women equality. This assumption in a way drowns the voice of many Sitas and Draupadis and the injustices that was bestowed upon them. Nabha calls the world outlook of Indians sentimental, even emotional and melodramatic, rather than pragmatic and utilitarian. Thus, unlike in the West, the past appears in parallel layers within the present. The influence of religion in Indian society is a major dampening factor in the lives of the women. Nabha says that all religion, including Hinduism, Islam, Jainism, etc., becomes an avenue to keep the women behind the parda. In the Indian context, the Western idea of individualism and self-actualization has no role to play, as in India, an individual does not have an individualistic existence, but rather he or she contains multitudes of supra-individual categories of caste, language, religion, and family. In all this, women have little freedom to be an individual. This is highly visible in certain traditions that has been followed relentlessly across time periods. For example, the ideal of marriage. Moving to the novel itself, Jogajog is set in Bengal where the traditional semindari system was failing and giving rise to a new breed of rich merchants. In 1929, the period in which the novel was set, colonial modernity has already left its mark on the upper class Indians. The idea of nationalism and the rise of bourgeoisie formed the core of Bengal during the period. Moving forth, for Tagore, the ultimate purpose of marriage is to bring a balance between the biological functions of nature and the sociological duties of man. In the Indian scenario, where the household is the most elemental for existing social structure, marriage takes the form of an obligation, which is much similar to compulsory recruitment of Europeans at the threat of a war. The Indian concept of the household doesn't involve the idea of a comfortable home, but rather is the place of living a fulfilling communal life which would lead to absolute liberation. But even then, Indian culture says that the household is not the ultimate estate and had to be given up in due course of life in the quest of liberation. Tagore himself says that Indian marriages are not built upon equal footing. There is an inherent inequality that exists between the husband and wife, and this must have been deeply humiliating for the wife. The Indian society overcame this problem through idealization. A woman is, in a way, force-fed ideas from a very young age. This idea is that of a husband, and as she grows up and she gets that she doesn't surrender to the husband but to her own ideas. The Hindu marriage also provides less value to individual inclination. Thus, marriage becomes a prison which is often against the nature and becomes the highest form of insult to men as his basic instincts are denied. The ideal of marriage is protected within an embankment, but as cultures mix and collide, the barriers break. Marriages become the reason for the downfall and humiliation of men, as Shakti or the women power is denied existence in the society. Tagore also seems to have been taken by the Western idea of companionship in marriage rather than the aspect of worship. Tagore himself is said to have cherished the companionship of his wife Mrinalini, with whom he is said to have shared all his worries even while en route to England on a ship. Even while sailing through the water of Ganga, he is said to have been his she is said to have been his confidant. His elder brother Jyotiranath and Sachindranath Tagore shared a similar marriage based on companionship with their wives. This element of companionship is not visible in the Indian ideal of marriage, which at Tagore's time period meant the custom of child marriage. During the period when Tagore penned Jogajo, his daughter Meera was also going through a terrible divorce battle. His letter to his son is reflecting of the deep impact of Meera's marital woes had on Tagore, and this also forms an important background for the novel Jogajog. Jogajog depicts the modern women within the frame of Indian tradition. The female protagonist, Kumudini, is a master of many trades. From shooting to Sanskrit, she has learned it all. She is married to a rich merchant whom she fails to accept as her husband owing to his callous nature. Kumudini of Jogajo becomes an example of people who find self-actualization and individuality amidst in the Indian system of marriage. Nabha says people are beyond individuals in the Indian system and are often a constituent of supra-individual categories. Kumudini of Jogajo says, I am their Barabar. Does that mean anything if I am not Kumu? As Kumudini cries at her the loss of her freedom and subsequently her identity, she gives voice to millions of women doomed by the holy matrimony. This also echoes the views of Tagore on marriage, as he himself finds that women are brought up to worship the ideal of husband and they never are able to accept the husband as a man. Kumudini fails at this whole idea of worshipping her husband, as she says, I know it's a great sin on my part not to surrender myself with reverence to my husband. But even the thought of the sin doesn't terrify me as much as the torment of surrendering to him without reverence. She cannot surrender herself as her heart is rebelling against her own essence, and she receives little time to contain her heart. She gladly accepts the exile imposed on her by her husband. As for her husband Madhusudanan, this idea of marriage, which is built on inequality, is clearly depicted in Jogajo through his character. Madhusudan treats Kumudini like a possession. For him, she is a newly acquired business. He keeps chanting the mantra that she is his. The marital rape in Jogajo is granted and legalized by this institution of marriage. He cannot stand Kumudini's love for her brother as he wants her to be only his. For him, she often becomes just an object of his passion. He says, she is mine, only mine. She belongs to my house, my wealth, my entire heart and body. He believed he had complete right over his wife's body and heart. She should follow his wishes. And thus, it leads to a sexual union which is not consented by Komotini. Marital rape is still not a crime in India unless the wife is less than 50 years of age, that is. And women still have to seek protection under the law prohibiting domestic violence. Moving forth, Vipradas, who is Kumudini's brother, is the representation of the Bhadralok or aristocrat of 19th and 20th century Bengal. There's a striking resemblance between the author Tagore himself and his character. For example, a letter written by Tagore about his daughter Meera's unsatisfactory marriage illuminates Vipradas's concern evidenced in Jogajo. He says that it would have been better if his daughter died on her wedding night when a cobra entered her bathroom. He finds no harmony between the couple. The barbarity of her husband plagues Tagore. He acknowledges that his daughter is incapable of deception and her husband's temper is unchecked. And thus he feels that a mutual understanding can never be reached between both. He dreads the humiliation she would be put through if she went back to him. Thus, he refuses to permit her to go back to her husband's house like Vipra does. Tagore wants to provide a safe haven for his daughter and support and protect her from whatever had to come. The conflict in Tagore's idea of empowerment also, in a way, afflicts Vipradas. When Kumatini becomes pregnant, Vipradas, who had campaigned and championed against marital abuse, suddenly reroutes when it comes to the parentage of the child. I have no right to forbid you any longer. How could I dare to deprive your child of its home? Vipradas says. Similarly, Tagore also expresses a conflict in ideology regarding the parental rights of women. He says that if his son-in-law, Nagain, takes the kids away by force, he would have no right to stop him. Just to conclude, this whole idea of viewing the present from the lens of the past actually allows us to see the progress we have made so far as a society. And we understand that women of the 19th and 20th century India reeled under male domination. But unfortunately, the scenario does not seem to have changed much even today. A similar set of problems still plagues the Indian women. As I already mentioned, marital rape is an example for that. And there's still a dearth of companionship in marriage, and equal footing in marriage is a still distant dream, as evidenced by Nabab. Thus, the whole idea of Tagorean criticism of ideal of marriage still holds very much relevance. Thank you. That's all I have to say. These are the bibliography.
Falandwa Abraham Malazzi is a professor of applied linguistics at
Hello everyone. Panel 2 will begin at 11:15. Thank you.
Breaking news coming in. Manipal Institute of Communication once again has been ranked among the top media and communication institutes in India. It's a part of Manipal Academy of Higher Education, an institution of eminence.
Cut. This is what happens when you ask students of media and communication to create a video. They just can't stop talking about themselves.
Everything we learn to do here is experiential. That's why we rate it at the top. You could ask the RJ if you'd like.
Yup. These guys have their own radio station as well.
Sorry guys, I'm a little held up right now. By the way, why do you need visuals for radio? Good morning, Manipal. Gear up for the Yakshagana performance tonight. A traditional art form like nothing you've seen before.
Influences life, and documenting the stories behind these art forms is what I'm passionate about.
If you think that was a bit deep, meet this chap. No, this one. The researcher who takes you much deeper.
Art influences life, but even life influences art. And researching about the interaction between the two is what I get to do in media research.
Talking about art and life, we also have a bunch of folks who not only create their artworks, but also bring them to life.
Animation is all about your imagination, taking shape as your creation.
VFX is all about visualization, exploration, experimentation, and exaggeration.
Hey, stop creating confusion. Let's talk about print, the good old medium of communication that gave us our reputation.
Here at MIC, we have our own newspaper. Right from reporting, editing, printing, and distribution, we learn everything hands-on.
We not only have practicals and experiential learning, but we also have well-structured classroom teaching with well-experienced faculty in the field of print, broadcast, corporate communications, animation, film studies, etc.
Films are beyond entertainment, and appreciating it from social and cultural perspective is a different game altogether.
Yes, we do have doers as well as thinkers.
Creating a brand identity.
Developing communication strategies.
Advertising and digital marketing.
Corporate communications is what we are passionate about.
But all these passionate people, are they actually in demand in the industry?
Of course, yes. That's why we have been getting some of the best companies for recruitments at MIC every year. And we have been setting a very good placement record so far.
Now that you know most things about our institute, if you're still wondering who is speaking, it's me, and I love giving voiceovers.
Documenting real-life stories is what I'm completely into.
Radio is what excites me.
Understanding world cinema is what I'm passionate about.
Marketing communication is what drives me.
Media research is something that I absolutely love.
Newsroom, that's where I want to be in.
Bringing characters to life is what I'm passionate about.
शान्ता पृथिवी शान्तमिदं मुरुवन्तरिक्षं शान्ताहुदन्वतीरापः शान्ता न सन्तोषधीः शान्तानि पूर्वरूपाणि शान्तं न अस्तु कृताकृतं शान्तं भूतं च भव्यं च शमस्तु नः इयं या परमेष्टिनी वाग्देवी ब्रह्म संशिता ययैव ससृजे घोरं तयैव शान्तिरस्तु नः तयैव शान्तिरस्तु नः इदं यत् परमेष्टिनं मनो वां ब्रह्म संशितं येनैव ससृजे घोरं तेनैव शान्तिरस्तु नः तेनैव शान्तिरस्तु नः इमानि यानि पञ्चेन्द्रियाणि मनः षष्ठानि मे हृदि ब्रह्मणा संशितानि यैरेव ससृजे घोरं तैरेव शान्तिरस्तु नः तैरेव शान्तिरस्तु नः पृथिवी शान्तिः अन्तरिक्षं शान्तिः द्यौ शान्तिः आपः शान्तिः औषधयः शान्तिः वनस्पतयः शान्तिः विश्वे मे देवा शान्तिः सर्वे मे देवा शान्तिः 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 शान्तिभिः ताभिः शान्तिभिः सर्वः शान्तिभिः शमयामोऽहं यदिह घोरं यदिह क्रूरं यदिह पापं तच्छान्तं तच्छिवं सर्वमेव शमस्तु नः सर्वमेव शमस्तु नः
Falandwa Abraham Malazi is a professor of applied linguistics at the University of South Africa, UNISA, and also the former head of the Institute of African Renaissance Studies. He serves as the external examiner of various institutions in South Africa. Professor Malazi was the national coordinator of the African Language Association of Southern African, ALASA, from 2003-2009, acting treasurer from 2008 to 2009, and chairperson from 2009 to 2013. He will be presenting a paper on understanding the African-centered and cultural perspectives, patriarch and feminism traits in Ithwasa Leisure and Uswitwa Kanjani. Ingenious Songs, authored by Professor Falandwa Abraham Malazi.
Program director and the audience. Culture is the architect of what we are, and as a result, it plays an important role in African societies, as it does in any society in the world. Furthermore, it legitimizes certain values, expectations, meanings, and patterns of behavior. In this regard, these values are crucial in reflecting roles which are assigned by society individuals. These roles, which promote patriarchy and feminism, are performed according to social norms, shared roles that guides people's behavior in order to reflect images of men and women. Music, like languages, also reflects cultural perceptions because it plays a vital role in expressing a perception of what is considered right and wrong, good and evil, and ugly and beautiful. Values which are embedded in African philosophical thinking includes qualities such as morality, usefulness, and pleasure, and are desired object or ends of the society. These values are still cherished in this modern era. Although culture is not static, the African philosophical thinking centered around the African cultural worldview tend to reproduce inequalities linked to sex, race, class, religion, ethnicity, etc. As a result, this creates tension and conflict within the African communities. Therefore, this paper seeks to investigate how indigenous music among Southern African communities reflects expected gender roles and how it reacts to any behavior that is perceived to deviate from expected roles. It should be noted that image of men and women in indigenous Southern African communities are tied to society's perception of what role of men and women should be. In fact, indigenous music is a social reflection of gender perception. In particular, these two songs, Tlatswale Sire and Ustiwa Kanjani, are used here to illustrate how music depicts patriarchy and feminism within Southern African communities. Methodology. This research was conducted in Mahikeng, the capital city of Northwest Province in South Africa, and Chabane and Bungeni areas, which are part of new municipalities called Collins Chabane in Limpopo Province. The data was collected using in-depth interview and open-ended questions. 40 men and women of varying ages were interviewed to solicit their views and opinion about these two songs. The interview were familiar with the lyrics of the songs because they were very popular and were played almost daily on various local radio stations at many social gatherings throughout the country during the period that the research was conducted. Understanding the African-centered cultural perspective of men and women. In this regard, Goeke, 1996, page 51, argues that this is realized if the interaction between men and women and between the individuals and the community is considered basic to the development of the individual's behavior. In order to achieve this, Malauzi 2012, page 64, observes, open quote, culture plays an important role in African societies as it does in every society in the world, close quote. Culture plays an important role in constructing people's behavior. Culture also influences on the way women are depicted by society. Women are always encouraged to be submissive to their husbands, whereas men are encouraged to be leaders and brave. This indicates how societal expected behavior can contradict biological determined behavior. The society does not embrace a person who upholds biological determined behavior. Theoretical framework of patriarchy and feminism. Patriarchy. Patriarchy is a form of mental, social, spiritual, economic, and political organization structuring of society produced by the gradual institutionalization of sex-based political relations created, maintained, and reinforced by different institutions linked closely together to achieve consensus on the lesser values of women and their roles. Vasio 2013. Theories of patriarchy are counterbalanced by social constructionist theories that emphasize how certain culture manufactured and perpetuate gender roles. Feminism. Feminist questions and challenge the origin of oppressive gender relation and attempt to develop a variety of strategies that might change this relation for the better. All the feminism pivots are around the recognition of existing women oppression and addresses the prevailing unjust and discriminatory gender relation. Feminism does not deal with the issue of justice and equality, but also offers critique of male-dominated institutions, values, and social practice that are oppressive and destructive. Feminism does not justify, beg your pardon, feminism does not just identify the oppressive situation that emphasize inequality between men and women in society, but it also suggests ways and means of eradicating such unjust inequalities in the various spheres of life. Feminism challenges the patriarchal conception of male and female role in the society. It also draws a distinction between sex and gender in order to redefine male and female roles. Analysis of the songs Tlhatswale Sire and Oshteba Kanjani. Tlhatswale Sire, this is also the title track of the album. The English translation is Wash Your Wedding Dress or Bear a Child for Us. This title track comes from the album Kulanche, which was released in 2014, and it was composed by Kabelo Moho and his group. They hail from Botswana. In this song, the lead singer narrates how the character named in the title of the track was treated by the in-laws and the community. The lyrics in this track are mixture of Setswana standard form and other regional varieties such as Setsopong. Osuteba Kanjani, the track Osuteba Kanjani, How Do You Know, is features in this album. You Have Judged You Jealous People by Chris Mukonto, Aka General Music. The lyrics of this particular track describe how infertility is traditionally perceived among certain ethnic groups, including Watsonga. These two indigenous songs lend themselves to a discussion of patriarchy and feminism, in the sense that patriarchy is identified as masculine, signifies male control, and is male-centered. Patriarchal lyrics, inevitable, value masculinity and masculine traits over feminine traits. In this context, men are encouraged to regard women as being suited to fulfill male needs. Becker, 1999, page 24. This is demonstrated in the song Oshteba Kanjani, How Do You Know, where the lead character demands that his wife obey his orders to allow him to marry a second wife because she's unable to bear a child for him. Furthermore, Becker, 1999, page 25, knows that there are also other social systems of group-based oppressive that coexist with sexism. In such social system, women as well as men are privileged or disadvantaged by their position along these variables. The group of women in Tlhatswale Sire, Wash Your Wedding Gown, demonstrate this when they confront the lead character who has failed to give birth to a child for her husband and family. Because this group of women is in power, the song portrays the man's behavior negatively, as always demanding that things should happen according to their wish. One can also note that there is no consent raised by the family or her husband in this matter. This group of women acts like the mouthpiece of the patriarchal family, and this is well demonstrated in this stanza. English translation, when a small group of women arrived, they said to me, Lady, wash your wedding dress, meaning that give birth to a child. The lead character in Kazwalisire was her wedding gown, and the woman in Usuteba Kanjani, how do you know, portray traits of feminism. Feminism refers to approach where a woman demands from society the advocacy of women's rights and notwithstanding sexual inequality. Furthermore, Nkumani 1999, page 19, notes that feminism seeks to bring about the social change in men's life by advocating a change in the way in which society views women. This is well demonstrated in the title track, Usuteba Kanjani, How Do You Know?, where the wife questions the husband accusation that she is infertile. She poses this question to him, Usuteba Kanjani, how do you know? Leswaku himina nenga tswaleki, that is me who is infertile. Kumbe hiwena unga tswaleki, perhaps it is you who is infertile. Ladies and gentlemen, I would have liked maybe to play the 2 video clips of this song, but unfortunately, because I could not get the assistance to upload these videos, therefore you would not be able to watch those clips, but maybe in future we will get time to do that. The boldness displayed in this song by this woman cannot take place in African family, traditional African family. Women in the traditional African family never display such courage because they normally accept such poor treatment, e.g. labeled infertile, given inferior status, and so forth. One can also say the same thing with the lady in Kazwalisire. She happens to stand against the men and some members of the family, that you can't treat me like this, not knowing exactly whether it's me who is at fault or my husband. In conclusion, the lyrics of the songs discussed here reflect African people's thinking or African cultural worldview that defines our understanding of gender inequality in African communities. The treatment of the female characters in these 2 songs demonstrate that, in general, members of a family or community blame the woman if no child is born from the union of a couple. Where it is clear that a man is infertile, family members usually protect him in order to avoid shaming him. The 2 women in these songs have courage to challenge patriarchal tendencies in their families and communities. The action in this song displays strong characteristics of feminism. And I still apologize. I would have liked to play you the video clips of these songs. You would have enjoyed. Thank you for your attention.
Clyde Massey, MSc MA, is an external PhD candidate at the Vrije University, Amsterdam, the Netherlands. His PhD research will focus on the impact of right-wing rhetoric and religious fundamentalism in social media on epistemic authority and social imageries of young adults 18 to 25 years from religious minorities groups in Amsterdam, the Netherlands, and Mumbai, India. At present, he also works as a lecturer, researcher, and thesis supervisor at the Amsterdam University of Applied Sciences and teach courses in the field of business and media ethics. He has a BA Honours in Business Studies from UK, a MA in Religious Studies, and a MSc in Contemporary Asian Studies, Cultural Anthropology. Before joining the UAS, he has worked as financial journalist and had various managerial positions in the Media and Communications Department. Presenting a paper titled, How are digital mass media facilitating the framing of religious groups we call fundamentalists?
Welcome to my presentation on the framing of fundamentalism in the digital media space. The transition from analog to to digital has opened possibilities for the public to directly access content around the globe. The various digital apps, fueled with cutting-edge digital technology, empowered citizens around the globe to connect and keep our digital economy going. But at the same time, we are catered with the global ferocities of today's hate, violence, terrorism, and increasingly conspiracy theories served us daily by various digital media and the acme of our direct access society, the social media network apps. The emergence of this online media sphere and the lethal social media apps also make us question how groups and audiences are represented in the new digital media space. It is therefore important to examine frames of extreme beliefs and strong religious movements and their activities, which we often call fundamentalist or extremist. In France, Islamo-Gauchism or Islamo-leftism is the common frame and representation in the media of French citizens with a migratory background and often Muslim. For example, political Islamism in French media, but also in some other Western countries, are often framed as an epidemic threatening the public well-being. These constructed frames of minorities in the media with reinforced values and ideologies can have a decisive role in the perception of their identities and representations with the public. This process of influencing the audience's attitudes and behaviors we call framing. Much of the recent wave of academic literature on immigration and religion is concerned with reviewing and critiquing the work of other scholars and how Western nations are struggling with both the rise of strong religious beliefs in diasporic communities, framed in popular digital media as fundamentalism, and increasingly also white right-wing extremism. In the literature, there's a common assumption that fundamentalism is nationally rooted in the 5 major contemporary religions in the religious communities: Judaism, Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, and Buddhism, as well as the notion of building a digital network for connecting with devotees for religious experiences in the digital media space. Digital media and its arguably notorious social media apps such as Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram are not the exclusive space of mainstream religion, but the preferred toy to bolster religious extremism. The main question I would like to address with my article is, how are digital mass media facilitating the framing of religious groups we call fundamentalists? This article argues that the constructs and frames in the media of extreme beliefs and their activists we call fundamentalists are biased and incomplete. By looking at several cases of framing of fundamentalism in Western countries, I aim to develop an overview of fundamentalism which will enable us to reorient the framing of fundamentalism and religious activism in the media. The outline of this paper is as follows. First, I will briefly describe and introduce the role of framing theories and those theories which are applicable to understand the relation between religion, fundamentalism, and the global digitalized media. So, what is fundamentalism? A simple search with the keyword fundamentalism in the global news media database Lexis Uni, the algorithm of the search engine will get us more than tens of thousands of hits. On top of the list, we find a news article of a Hindutva organization in India as they marched to protest against the recent terrorist acts by Muslims in France and Austria. Another news story is criticizing the work of a Mexican artist in Mexico, Helguera, for combining clothing and attributes of the Virgin of Guadalupe with the head of the Virgin replaced by the skull of Caterina by artist Jose Guadalupe Posada. According to the Catholic Church, Helguera's work was not meant to ridicule, you cannot ridicule something which is the subject of devotion. And this could trigger violence between religious groups, as it's recently happened in France. This is what the Catholic Church argued. We see another story of the British, which ran in the British newspaper, The Guardian, on the documentary People You May Know. This is directed by Catharina Gelijn-Ficken and Charles Kriel, who reveal links between right-wing organizations using Facebook and other digital media to influence people who attended fundamentalist Christian churches and vote for the Republican Party. In Germany, the Welt newspaper ran an essay titled "Europe Betrays the Idea of the Enlightenment." Is the danger that Islamism poses to freedom in Europe finally recognized after attacks in France and Austria? This brief anthology of media reports show that around the globe, fundamentalism has captured people's attention, and the disclosure is often about not the disclosure, the discourse is often about global religion, devotion, right-wing, Islamism, Hindutva, ideology, fascism, Christian fundamentalism, and so on. To probe the way fundamentalism frames circulate in the media, I subsequently have selected examples of framing patterns in the media. First, France, Islamism, Canadian Christian fundamentalism, framing of Muslims in the UK, framing of Hindu ethnic nationalism, and the framing of Muslims in the Netherlands. Lastly, I also give an overview of recent theories and the discourse on fundamentalism and an outline of the three characteristics of fundamentalism in the democratic society. First, I will explain about complacent fundamentalism. These are, for example, the religious Orthodox groups. Secondly, the democratic coalition building fundamentalism. These are the religious fundamentalist parties in democratic societies. Thirdly, is the category of what I would call the excessive fundamentalism. These are the groups who use violence and spread terror. Yeah, the well-known probably is an organization like Al-Qaeda. This article concludes by discussing the relationship between social media and contemporary religious fundamentalism, and probably the implications, further applications of research and empirical research. This is a short overview of my article, and I hope you've enjoyed this short presentation on the framing of fundamentalism in digital media.
Lee is currently a senior student at Wenzhou University, majoring in psychology and minoring in English. In the future, she wants to become an innovative educator who can teach and interact with children by using practical and systematic approaches. Yong Song is a senior psychology student from Wenzhou University. He intends to take the field of psychology in communication as a career path. He was a past presenter at the IAICS conference in the 2019 in Brno, Czech Republic. They will be presenting the paper, a comparative study on online dating in China and America, co-authored by Professor Raquel Stewart, Professor Bruce Wickelgren, Yong Le, Hekin Lee, and Yong Song.
Hello everyone. This is the presentation of our research, Identity Management, a comparison between the US and Chinese online dating site users. My name is Jianing Shun, and that is my partner, Oxing Li. And we are senior psychology students from Wenzhou University, and we are the presenter of our research. Our research is a further research that focuses on communication in romantic relationships from online to offline. We aim at investigating the phenomena of the changes in communication when people transfer from online to offline in terms of intimate relationship. The reason I say our present research is a further research is that this research is the follow-up study of two research that we did before. The first one is from texting to tangible, when online communicators meet offline, that Dr. Wickelgren did at the US, in which the subjects of the research are all American dating app users. And the second one is a follow-up research Dr. Wickelgren led us to conduct in China, Heart Signals, the change of relationship from virtual to reality in China. The subjects of this research are all Chinese dating site or social media users. So both of these two research are quantitative research, and this difference between these two research are the background of the subject users. So originated from these two researches, we conducted this present research to further investigate the phenomena from different perspectives. Due to the pandemic of COVID-19, our research haven't be able to collect data for analysis. Hence, today we mainly focus on the theoretical framework of our research. Since this is a further study, we still adopt the theories of previous two researches. The first one, in previous researches, we mainly focus on two theories. The first theory is modality switching. So when changing from one modality to another, especially the very first face-to-face encounter after a period of computer-mediated communication, there will be a significant impact on interpersonal relationships. And the shift of modality have profound effects, both the positive and negative directions. Both of our two previous researches, although we found that there is a significant change after the first face-to-face encounters. And differently, the research based in China, we found that subjects are not directly changed from computer-mediated communication into face-to-face communication. However, that in the American-based research, it is the subjects change directly from computer-mediated communication to face-to-face communication. And the reason of the difference is related to our second theory, which is uncertainty reduction theory. Uncertainty reduction theory indicates that people have interior desire to reduce uncertainty about their potential relationship partner so that they can increase the effectiveness of messaging and predict future behavior. So after a long time interacting between two individuals online, the uncertainty reduced to the level that led them to meet face-to-face and change their communication forms into face-to-face intimate interactions. However, the China-based research also finds that uncertainty reduction would also be extended due to modality switching. When changing from one platform to another platform, the uncertainty still reduced. And based on the theory framework of these two previous research, our present research added another point of view, a new focus theory, which is identity management theory. And now let my partner introduce the theory to you.
So I will introduce the identity management theory. Identity management theory explains how relationship is developed through management of identities during interaction. So there are mainly three parts I will introduce. The first one is identity, the second one is phase, and the third one is three relationship stages in identity management theory. So for first one, identity. There are two types of identities, which are cultural identities and relational identities. For cultural identities are those self-conceptions which are related to social goals and social rules and are governed by the norms and accepted behaviors of a particular society. Relational identity explains that as cross-cultural partners continue to interact with each other, they will use their mutual agreed behavior. Now let's move on to phase. Phase refers to the socially situated identity of a person. And there are mainly two types of phase, which are positive phase and negative phase. Positive phase refers to acceptance and approval from others, while negative phase focuses on independence and freedom from imposition. For relationship stages, according to identity management theory, relational partners deal with identity management differently in different stages of their relationship, and there are mainly three stages. They are the trial stage, the in-management stage, and the renegotiation stage. Beside these three parts, I want to introduce identity management theory also mentioned that cultural identities affect the phase of the relational partners in four ways. The first way is when cultural identities are constrained by stereotyping, or a person is being seen as a member of a particular culture, thus disregarding the other attributes of the person. This trait is attacked the negative phase of the person, and this is what we call identity freezing. The second is because relational partners realize that cultural issue may threaten their relationship. Thus, they tend to ignore it, resulting in another cultural identity crisis we call the mansport. And the third one, as one relational partner supports the phase of the other, his or her own identity may be experienced, and this is what we call the self-other phase dialects. The first problem related to cultural identity is called the positive-negative phase dialectic. So by comparing our two previous studies, we have found that when people moving from online to offline dating, participants in America tend to move from online to offline straightly, when participants in China tend to move from one online platform to another. From this, we can see that identity can be another interesting point in future study for us to analyze. And this is also why we think we need to add another theory, which is identity management theory in present study. And this is our contact information for all the members in this research. And thank you for listening.
Yuan Yu, PhD, is a student in School of English of International Business, Guangdong University of Foreign Studies and English teacher in Guangdong University of Finance, China. Research interests in areas include culture studies, business intercultural communications, business English teaching, and comparative linguistics. Until now, she has published 3 academic papers, joined 2 universities, and been a part of education department funded projects and co-authored 3 textbooks of English teaching and culture studies. She will be presenting her paper on culture studies of China's Enshi folk song, Sister Huangzi.
Hello, dear professors and fellow students. Today, my presentation is about a cultural study of China's Enshi folk song, Sister Huangzi. My presentation is divided into 5 parts.
Falandwa Abraham Maladzi is a professor of applied linguistics at the University of
plays an important role in fact 2020 and society and family
theories with the head of.
So difference is related to our second theory, which
identity explained that resulting in a from online to offline dating.
Yuan Yu, PhD, is a student in School of English of International Business, Guangdong University of Foreign Studies and English teacher in Guangdong University of Finance, China.
Breaking news coming in. Manipal Institute of Communication once again has been ranked among the top media and communication institutes in India. It's a part of Manipal Academy of Higher Education, an institution of eminence.
Cut. This is what happens when you ask students of media and communication to create a video. They just can't stop talking about themselves.
Everything we learn to do here is experiential. That's why we rate it at the top. You could ask the RJ if you'd like.
Yup. These guys have their own radio station as well.
Sorry guys, I'm a little held up right now. By the way, why do you need visuals for radio? Good morning, Manipal. Gear up for the Yakshagana performance tonight. A traditional art form like nothing you've seen before.
Influences life, and documenting the stories behind these art forms is what I'm passionate about.
If you think that was a bit deep, meet this chap. No, this one. The researcher who takes you much deeper.
Art influences life, but even life influences art. And researching about the interaction between the two is what I get to do in media research.
Talking about art and life, we also have a bunch of folks who not only create their artworks, but also bring them to life.
Animation is all about your imagination, taking shape as your creation.
VFX is all about visualization, exploration, experimentation, and exaggeration.
Hey, stop creating confusion. Let's talk about print, the good old medium of communication that gave us our reputation.
Here at MIC, we have our own newspaper. Right from reporting, editing, printing, and distribution, we learn everything hands-on.
We not only have practicals and experiential learning, but we also have well-structured classroom teaching with well-experienced faculty in the field of print, broadcast, corporate communications, animation, film studies, etc.
Films are beyond entertainment, and appreciating it from social and cultural perspective is a different game altogether.
Yes, we do have doers as well as thinkers.
Creating a brand identity.
Developing communication strategies.
Advertising and digital marketing.
Corporate communications is what we are passionate about.
But all these passionate people, are they actually in demand in the industry?
Of course, yes. That's why we have been getting some of the best companies for recruitments at MIC every year. And we have been setting a very good placement record so far.
Now that you know most things about our institute, if you're still wondering who is speaking, it's me, and I love giving voiceovers.
Documenting real life stories is what I'm completely into.
Radio is what excites me.
Understanding world cinema is what I'm passionate about.
Marketing communication is what drives me.
Media research is something that I absolutely love.
Newsroom, that's where I want to be in.
Bringing characters to life is what I'm passionate about.
Yueng Yu PhD is Yueng Yu PhD is a student in School of English of International Business, Guangdong University of Foreign Studies and English teacher in Guangdong University of Finance, China. Research interests in areas include culture studies, business intercultural communications, business English teaching, and comparative linguistics. Until now, she has published 3 academic papers, joined 2 universities, and been a part of education department funded projects and co-authored 3 textbooks of English teaching and culture studies. She will be presenting her paper on culture studies of China's Enshi folk song, Sister Huangzi.
Hello, dear professors and fellow students. Today, my presentation is about a cultural study of China's Enshi folk song, Sister Huangzi. My presentation is divided into 5 parts. The first part is an introduction of Enshi city and the folk song. The second part is the study of the temporal and the geographical background. The third part is the study of the characters' identities. The fourth part is the study of the cultural philosophical sense. And the last is the summary of the whole presentation. Now, first, let's look at the introduction. Now, first, the introduction of Enshi region. Here is the location of Enshi in China. Enshi is located in Hubei province. Actually, it is in the southwest part of Hubei province. The full name of this region is called Enshi, Tujia, and Miao Autonomous Prefecture. There were about 28 minorities resided in this area, such as Tujia, Miao, and Dong. The climate feature of this part is it is mountainous and it has numerous rivers. Due to various cultural and geographical reasons, people in this area love the land and their lives, and they demonstrate their affection by means of singing and dancing. Enshi folk song refers to the short and the lyric works which can be sung or chanted. The large numbers of different folk songs are created by the local working people and preserved for their profound contents and aesthetic value. So, at the same time, Enshi region is the tourist attraction not only for its beautiful scenery, but also for the folk songs. Today, I select one of the most famous folk songs, Sister Huangzi, to introduce, and as in a cultural study case. I selected the first paragraph of this folk song. Now, this is the English version of the selected paragraph. This folk song is a duet between a man and a woman. The man is the mountain vendor, and the woman is Sister Huangzi. The man wants to give Sister Huangzi a silk scarf as a gift. Also, in the omitted part, the man wants to give her silver bracelets and mercerized socks as the gifts as well. The girl accepted. That is the general plot of the story. Actually, this is a love story between Sister Huangzi and the mountain vendor. They fell in love with each other, but both were shy to confess. So the vendor, he has to give her some gifts to figure out her real thoughts. He just wants to test whether Sister Huangsi loved him or not. If Sister Huangsi accepted his gifts, it may manifest that she loved him. Actually, she accepted. And finally, they got married. This folk song had been sung for more than 150 years and originated in Jianshi County. Later, the folk artist recreated the story and composed it into a song called Vendor's Song. In 1960s, it was adopted into a folk song, Sister Huangsi. And after 1980, it was recorded as a tape and distributed nationwide. Now let's look at the study of the geographical and the temporal background. This folk song is originated in Jianshi County. It is one of the 8 counties and cities in Enshi region. It first came into contact with silk fabrics. The foggy and humid natural environment there made the Tujia people have the habit of wearing headscarves. The silk scarf in Sister Huangsi not only protects against wind and cold, but also plays a role in decoration and beautification. In the end of the 19th century, the handmade silk products were scarce and the price was so high, so that the silk products are precious as gifts for beloved girls. According to Jianshi County Chronicles, the industry of shops and inns markets were once prosperous. So here is the Jianshi County, the location of Jianshi County. And this county became preferred markets for merchants from provincial capital Wuhan. The merchants, when they arrive, this is the image of the vendor. The merchants, when they arrived in Jianshi County, they shake the rattle and went deep into each house to carry out the dealings. That scene was a common sight at that time. Therefore, we have the motivation to believe that the generation of Sister Huangsi should be in the middle and the late Qing dynasty and the embryonic period of the commodity economy in Enshi area. And next, let's look at the study of the characters' identities. There are 2 main characters in this song. The first one is the vendor. In the era of the insufficient transportation and the extremely scarce material resources, mountain vendor, it is the communicator of goods, a medium of internal and external material exchanges, and a transmitter of internal and external information. Only he can supplement daily necessities and realize the local people's spiritual needs of contacting the outside world. Therefore, although the traditional social classes in China in a descending order are scholar, peasants, artisan, and merchant, in fact, mountain vendor at that time enjoyed a very high status among the residents because the vendor, he is a symbol of civilization. At the same time, the mountain vendor is the symbol of physical strength, courage, and insight. To engage in this profession, it is inevitable to travel through mountains and rivers and face robbers and bandits. But wherever the vendor goes, it rarely makes things difficult. On the contrary, wherever he goes, it is as lively and festive as celebrating the festival. Vendor is loved by all kinds of people because he is an important force to maintain the material and spiritual life of the mountain people. So to sum up the above 2 points, the role of vendor is quite competitive in the marriage market, and the local girl thought that would be a quite good choice for marrying a mountain vendor. Another character is Sister Huang Si. According to the folk song, Huang Si was the fourth daughter of the Huang family. She was 16 years old, cute, smart, and beautiful. She was seeking and waiting for a perfect husband, so she needed all kinds of outfits to dress up in her boudoir. Although she was shy on the surface and even said, "You sent me so much," she hoped in her heart that she would become captivating and a favorite of the vendor. This mentality laid the foundation for the exchange of the two young people. The fourth part is the study of the cultural philosophical sense. First, that is from the expression of love between men and women. The vendor puts his affection on things and expresses his admirations from the things. At the same time, Sister Huang Si was reserved and tactful to echo the vendor's action. Even if the two love each other, they cannot directly express their love in full view. So this is the reflection of the Confucian creeds on the people in mountain areas. The creeds are self-denial, courtesy, see no evil, hear no evil, and speak no evil. The second is the sense of the times expressed by the objects. There are three main objects in this folk song. The first two are silk scarf and silver bracelets. As I've mentioned, these two items are just very precious. So they are the blending and collision of traditional farming civilization and the budding industrial civilization. Another important object here is mercerized socks. We have to pay attention. In the original version, it is silk socks. But in the existing modified version, we can translate it into mercerized socks. So it is possibly be made of nylon and appeared in the year of 1980s. They are industrial products. Its appearance and popularity show a strong sense of the time and the impact of industrial products on the absolute farming civilization. And the last part is from the social value. The reason why this folk song had been seen for so long and loved by everyone is that it is beautiful and passionate and full of emotions. It reflects the life, marriage, love, customs, and the labor conditions of the Tujia people, and shows the richness of the Tujia people's imagination. It is a simple expression and unique artistic appeal. In addition to its unique artistic charm, the folk song also takes the praise of the love of men and women as the theme. It encourages free love. It is quite different from the traditional Chinese ways of marriage, that the marriage should be decided by the parents. They just encourages This song encourages free love between young men and young women. So this song is just a reflection of the social vitality in the constant change and development. So based on the analysis above, we can make a summary. Through the cultural study of its background, identity, and cultural philosophical sense, the folk song shows that the seemingly peaceful appearance of young men and women in Anshi area hides the expectation for industrial civilization, commercial civilization, and beautiful love. This is an expression of the life picture and inner feelings of openness without losing one's duty, openness without considering degree. This is all for my presentation. Thanks for listening.
Renazang Zhao is a student at the University of International Relations in China. He worked as a research assistant for E-Government Center, Chinese Academy of Governance. His research interests centered on interactive media, especially social interaction and intimacy in digital games and social media and the connection between reality and interactive media space.
Hello everyone, my name is Nansong Zhou, a student at the University of International Relations in China. It's my honor to give this presentation at the conference. I will use a case study of the Travel Frog, a Japanese game, to illustrate and analyze Chinese individualization. In 2018, Travel Frog was introduced into China and became quite popular and famous. There was an interesting phenomenon that many Chinese players regarded the frog in the game as their child, which Japanese designers didn't attempt to sedate. This study aims to explore the social and cultural reasons why players view the frog as their child, to understand the Chinese context and the Chinese individualization and the role of the social context in intercultural communication. Today, my report has 4 parts. This is my outline. First, I will introduce the backgrounds. Then we will talk about the games as a study, as a case study, and a study method. Besides, I would like to share my findings. Let's move the first part. Focusing the practice in digital games. Some scholars have focused on the consumption of digital games and their influence, such as aggressive behavior and individual gratification. Shaw pointed out that the game practice is understood narrowly in mainstream discourse. Some research is limited by the negative or positive connotations of the digital games, and a large number of scholars have focused on discussing this binary opposition. Dualistic thinking may help researchers analyze the influence of the digital games consumption, but present obstacles to understanding the significance of the game practice in a social context. Textualizing the parasocial interaction. Parasocial interaction means a kind of the psychology relationship experienced by an audience in their immediate encounters with the performance in the mass media. Viewers or listeners come to consider media personalities as friends, despite having limited interaction with them. Many researchers perform to measure users' impressions of the game characters or experience, but little is known about the construction of such a context and players' practice. Additionally, some scholars have attempted to analyze the individual motivation and its influence based on regarding parasocial interaction and friendship. However, some researchers have noted that the tendency to limit parasocial interaction to friendship may prevent the researcher from capturing other types of player-character relationships. And it's quite difficult to evaluate the emotional involvement of players in this game, through measure of friendship. Hence, I seek to place the parasocial interaction from the travel frog in the Chinese social context to analyze the construction and the meaning of the parasocial interaction. We aim to go beyond the limitations of the use and gratification theories and the tendency to regard the parasocial interaction as a friendship, to explore the social and cultural reasons behind it and its meaning to the society. Individualizations in urban China. Enterprising the individuals are typical representatives of the lifestyle in urban China. Young people work hard to save money to purchase a house and a car and get married as soon as possible. With urbanization, various reforms and the introduction of the Western value, there has been a significant increase in individuals who purchase freedom and rights and seek to achieve self-worth. These enterprising individuals wish to make their own decisions, managing their careers, plan their futures, and construct a safe. They also experience a huge social pressure. The problem of sitting in the city caused by the household rejection system, we also call it hukou, and the problem of caring for parents force young people to abandon their ideals and force reality. With the pressure of the high cost of living and the first competition, they tend to find themselves but have to work hard, take a job they don't like, or even accept a 996 working hour system, which means work from 9 o'clock a.m. to 9 o'clock p.m., 6 days per week. Yan pointed out that in the face of the uncertain risk and the decreasing national support, Chinese individuals are forcing themselves to live a life of their own with the lack of the genuine individuality. Let's move this to the second part, Travel Frog and Study. In 2018, Travel Frog was one of the most famous single-player games in China. It's easy to play and has only one game character, a cute green frog. Players don't know and can't control the time the frog goes out or where it goes. And most of the time, the only one thing players can do is to collect the clovers to buy goods in preparations for the frog's travel, which requires minimum play but potentially a large amount of emotional involvement. During playing the game, many Chinese players regarded the frog on the phone screen as their son to take care of. However, according to the interview with the designer of the travel frog, in Japan, the frog in the game were more likely to be viewed as a husband in the family, because both of them usually went outside and sometimes brought some local products. The comprehension of the game character's behavior and identity presented the cultural and social difference. It inspired me to place the Chinese players' parasocial interaction in Chinese social context to analyze. We conduct interviews with 20 travel frog players in total. The young interviewees consisted of 14 female and 6 male. Thematic analysis has been done here to capture the process through which players, people's understanding of the parasocial interaction are constructed. Okay, let's talk about the findings. to project the hope of living freely. With the introduction of the economy rationalities and the status and the function of the property have significantly improved, and the property ownership has become one of the most important parts of a good life. High price forces them to work hard and accept overtime work to maintain job stability in the face of the risk of the unemployment and the first competition. Nevertheless, young people study hard or work overtime not only because of the high cost of living or the developmental costs, but also because of their expectation for themselves. With the perfections of the market and the competitive mechanisms and the reforms of the education system, the power of the young people is amplified, and their status in the society is improving. They are calculating, proactive, and self-disciplined, and believe that they should live freely and independently and purchase a good life if they work on their own. Many players know that although they are young for the frog's lifestyle, they are unable to live like the frog due to the practical problems they face in their life. The pressure of reality forces them to follow the mainstream lifestyle, which means to save money, buy a house, and get married before a certain age. However, they project their desires onto the frog and the hope that the frog can live freely as they wish to, instead of giving up completely. Compared with the life of these young people, the life of the frog in the game is much more careless, free, and independent. In the game, the frog can do anything it likes at any time, including traveling, reading, sleeping. However, players prefer their careless, independent, and free lifestyle to specific life content. No one can control or intervene in it, not even the player. For many players, the frog seems to do as it wishes. It doesn't follow the convention or care about others' judgment. It has a free and independent lifestyle that represents the ideal for the many young players. To impress their expectations of an ideal parent-child relationship. Although the filial piety has been criticized by some scholars in modern China, its profound influences still affect the parent-child relationship. In China, young people believe that the parent-child relationship should be equal and respectful, that the privacy and distance should be maintained. But in real life, this relationship is opposite their ideal. It's quite difficult to achieve an equal parent-child relationship. If one states that the parents' giving gives them higher status, this opinion reflects the practice of renqing in Chinese society. Requiting favors is the basis of the social relationship in China, involving the exchange of the interests and the emotional engagement, and the filial piety is the act of the requiting parents' favor. During the process of the owing and repaying a favor, the giver is in a position of power, and the receiver has to serve the giver to show appreciation, as is expressed in an old Chinese saying, "Little help brings much return." In opinion of some Chinese parents, young people should obey their life schedules established by their parents, which may limit the younger generation's exploration of self or life. Therefore, some young people want to end their dependence on their parents. These young people experience an ideal parent-child relationship in the tribal frog. This parasocial interaction with the frog in the game is different from that in other games. While most games give the immediate feedback based on the player's actions, the action with the frog does not. In this game, the players have no idea whether, when, or how his or her efforts will be responded to. This delayed feedback gives the player the feeling that they can't control the frog, and the frog has its own free will. It acts on its own terms, which is what the player desires in a parent-child relationship. Some players express their ideal parent-child relationship through this kind of interaction. Let's move the last part. This study finds out that the reasons young Chinese players view the frog in the game as their child are deeply rooted in their ideal lifestyle and the ideal parent-child relationship. Though through this kind of parasocial interaction with the frog, some players project their desire to live free on it and express their expectation for an ideal parent-child relationship. Because of limited time, that's all my presentation. Thanks for your watching.
Nicholas Palikwitz is an associate professor in the Department of Communication at the University of Louisville. He studies public argument with emphasis on environmental rhetoric, social movements, and public memory. He is the co-author of 3 books, Racial Terrorism, A Rhetorical Investigation of Lynching, Memories and Monument Wars in American Cities, and the Securitization of Memorial Spaces. Our next author is Burinda Vahalang. She is currently a faculty member in the School of Medicine, University of Louisville. She specializes in environmental health research. Burinda was born and raised in Shillong, India. She completed her undergraduate training from Delhi University, her master's in science from NIPER Punjab, PhD from the University of Louisville, and her postdoctoral training from the University of Kentucky. They will be presenting a paper on transactional trip kit and Hindu supremacism, tribal perspectives on the rise of the Modi government, co-authored by Dr. Nicholas S. Palikwitz and Dr. Burinda Vahalang.
Hi, my name is Nick Palowitz.
And I'm Rita Watlang.
And today we're here to talk with you about tribal issues in India's Northeast. The title of our paper accordingly is Tribal Perspectives on the Rise of Hindu Nationalism. And we are concerned about the effects of Hindu nationalism, or as many have rightly called it, Hindu fascism, on indigenous issues in the Northeast. This particular paper studies how Hindu supremacy disparages others and ultimately dominates indigenous territories, resources, and bodies. We analyzed 3 specific case areas. 1, immigration reform through the recently passed Citizen Amendment Bill. 2, resource colonialism such as uranium mining. And 3, tourism. These cases illustrate the culturally hegemonic forces of Hindu nationalism that uniquely challenge the autonomous and self-determinative decision-making of those indigenous persons that are most affected. Hindu supremacy is a mythic ideology that generates beliefs of religious supremacy over non-Hindus and activates desires to dominate those cultural, environmental, and corporeal alterities. As a form of cultural hegemony, Hindu supremacy has flourished under the BJP led by Narendra Modi. Consistent with Roy and Rowland's Burkean reading of Hindu nationalism, this mythic narrative builds rhetorical identification through scapegoating non-Hindu groups for rebirth and mythic return. Following the work of Kenneth Burke's essay called The Rhetoric of Hitler's Battle, these authors convincingly argue Hindu nationalists deploy powerful narrative-based identity rhetorics as medicine to a lost identity. These narratives build rhetorical identification and consubstantiality by dehumanizing outgroups in ways not all that different from Donald Trump's demagogic rhetoric of toxic masculinity and victimization. Claiming to cure the perceived ills of multiculturalism, both Trump and the BJP provide the rhetorical medicine for transformational rebirth through scapegoating and victimization. While Hindu nationalism has been studied by several interdisciplinary researchers, one of the main effects of Hindu nationalism overlooked by many is its effect on tribal rights and issues and identities. Almost by its very definition, Hindu nationalism is a problem for indigenous groups. Not only does nationalism assume allegiance to a nation state rather than a nation, such as a tribal group, but this particular brand of nationalism, the scary kind, thrives off of the coloniality of non-Hindu bodies, territories, and resources. For instance, the Modi government for years has sought to territorialize the Northeast to open it up for Hindus to occupy, extract, and ultimately exploit, even though millions of tribal persons already live there and are comfortable with their ways of life. The threat of Hindu nationalism, then, is one of cultural hegemony and autonomy. The cultural proselytization of BJP rhetorics of Hindu nationalism seeks to colonize indigenous ways of life to gain strategic access to what mainland India sees as a strategic geopolitical area, even though indigenous persons who live there see it very differently. Let's talk about this from their perspective.
Tribal criticism. We view all of this through what is called tribal criticism or trip crit. To Brian McKinley Jones Brayboy, trip crit builds off of the fantastical work in critical race theory to pave ways for critiquing different levels of colonialities and racisms. Indigenous persons face against governmental policies, attitudes, and value systems embedded within institutional systems. Truth-telling is an important dimension of decoloniality, hence our focus on narratives and counter-narratives. We seek to move towards an international approach to trip grid to forge alliances with transnational indigenous groups and identities facing injustices from global rises in right-wing extremism, hypernationalism, and outright fascism. Doing so can forge solidarities in struggles against anti-indigenous rhetorics and practices on a transcontinental level from Shillong, Meghalaya to Oak Flat, Arizona. While there are so many important differences between transnational indigenous needs, there are also so many similarities. Sadly, what seems to hold indigenous issues together is different levels of coloniality and racism. We activate this unique strand of trip grid to critique some of the rhetorical tactics and effects of Hindu nationalism in India's northeast region. Our case studies include the Citizenship Amendment Bill, uranium mining, and tourism. The Northeast. Briefly, before engaging our case studies, the viewer should know something about the geographical location of the region we speak. As you see here, there are 7 states referred to as the Seven Sisters are located in the northeastern part of India, north of Bangladesh, and south of Nepal. They include Sikkim, Assam, Mizoram, Tripura, Meghalaya, Nagaland, and Arunachal Pradesh. Importantly, the far majority of these people are not Hindu, and they do not want to be Hindu because they are mostly Christians, Muslims, or belong to different pagan religions. While many also speak Hindi, many also do not, and that is their right, like any other self-determinative culture, to speak their own language, practice their own religion, and live the lives they wish to lead rather than being dominated by hegemonic cultural forces such as Hindu nationalists. Most importantly, from a tribal perspective, we see the number one issue facing the Northeast by these dominant Hindu nationalists as different intersectional forms of colonialism, including cultural, rhetorical, resource, and settlement colonialism that sadly tend to see the Northeast and the autonomous people that live there as terra nullius. We broach these matters below in our case studies of the Citizenship Amendment Bill, extractive colonialism, and tourism.
Okay, let's talk about CAB. In 2019, the central government passed a bill known as the Citizens Amendment Bill, which granted citizenship to those who seek it from neighboring countries such as Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Afghanistan. The catch was that they could have faiths to any religion except the Nation of Islam. This on face appeared as a direct affront to Muslim persons in neighboring regions, and of course it was, which is why many in Delhi, especially at one of Delhi's finer institutions such as Jamia Islamia, were outraged and took protest to the streets. Meanwhile, in Shillong, over 20,000 students and supporters of the Khasi Student Union, here on out, KSU, also protested the bill, but for very different reasons. Their fear was that CAB would be used as a way for the central government to lure in Hindus from neighboring states, especially Bangladesh, and threaten their cultural autonomy. For instance, these protesters were chanting, "Stop divide and rule policy. Northeast is not a dumping ground. We will stand against all odds," and so on. While on face, CAB was sold as a pro-immigration and multicultural bill aimed at granting asylum for neighboring states, it was also seen as a wolf in a sheep's clothing for the Northeast because of how their autonomy rests on their majoritarian population. Said otherwise, the bill is aimed at colonizing the Northeast through settlement. Through settler coloniality, with time, Hindus would have more political power than indigenous persons who have lived in this area since time immemorial. Consider this quote from one of the KSU members. If the center allows the people from Bangladesh to cross over either legally or illegally into India to be granted Indian citizenship, then the people of the Northeast region will become a minority in their own land. The KSU president asked, why is the central government so aggressive to introduce the Citizen Amendment Bill since people of the Northeast have totally opposed it? It is a clear message that it is a total disregard to the sentiments of the people of the Northeast. CAB is thus a nefarious example of settler colonialism as a way to culturally ossify Modi and the BJP's plan for creating a Hindu nation. Related to CAB and its settler coloniality is resource colonialism. The Northeast is, among many other things, rich with natural resources, and this has not been missed by the central government. For years, Delhi's governmental mining corporations, such as the Uranium Company of India, have tried to access and exploit the Northeast mineral deposits, especially coal and uranium, for its own concentrations of wealth in mainland India. The central government has tried to convince the locals that they need these mines with rhetorics of development and progress. And while in the past some have expressed interest in mining activities, many today, especially the KSU, remain adamantly opposed to such propositions. Uranium mining provides an example. Since the 1950s, the central government has tried to mine the Northeast for uranium to support its nuclear ambitions. And in several Northeastern places, people bought the government's rhetoric of progress and development and allowed mining activities to occur in the 1970s and then also in the 1980s. Things changed, however, when it was realized that the mines were having toxic and lethal effects on the people and the animals. Fish that many relied on for food started dying. Dogs and cows were going insane. Miscarriages abounded, and strange and uncurable diseases began cropping up among the people. This spurred much environmental resistance. While the KSU and great leaders such as Spelody, Lingdo, Langren were effective in ousting some of those companies, they were still left with the toxic effects of the mine. To this day, the Northeast is still dealing with the legacy of toxic waste left behind from these endeavors when the central government failed to clean up its mess. This is thus an example of resource colonialism, or what Daniel Endres has called nuclear colonialism, that disproportionately targets indigenous persons. The government is still trying to colonize these resources with rhetorics of progress and development, but under Modi, they have been more strategic. Under the Act East India, a shift from the Look East policy in the 1990s, Modi is using infrastructure and transportation as tools of colonialism to assist the state's desires to colonize by settlement. This is not an uncommon colonial tactic, as many transnational instances show how this kind of rhetoric has been used to colonize indigenous lands, bodies, and cultures in places such as Central Africa, the American West, and Canada, not to mention the rest of the Americas. In the Northeast, with improved roads and transportation systems, the central government could create new networks of coloniality that enable non-Indigenous persons to travel freely through and possibly occupy this area, all in the name of national development. It, of course, would also enable future mining plans in the area, since one of the main reasons earlier governmental administrations pulled uranium projects was not just because of the forceful rhetorics from the KSU, but also because they couldn't afford to transport it using the current infrastructure. Colonialism, then, on a theoretical level, is not just a rhetorical or discursive act, but it is also material. And these materialities, roads, train networks, so forth, structurally ossify coloniality, which is why many, but not all, Northeasterners oppose this kind of infrastructural development from the central government. Related to settler coloniality, of course, is tourism, so we head there next.
Tourism. Northeastern India is, among other things, beautiful. In a country with over 1.2 billion people that creates many crowded urban situations, entering the northeastern part by car, train, or plane for many is a welcome relief. Because of this, the Northeast has been a tourist destination that has only increased in popularity under the Modi government. While on face, tourism may seem like an innocuous and even business-friendly way for so many to see this indigenous countryside and meet with the people, it also comes with several kinds of coloniality, in part for many of the reasons articulated previously, namely with better roads and infrastructure, there is more travel and, by effect, greater risk for settler colonialism. The first is cultural and rhetorical. Many tourists from mainland India, when visiting the Northeast, use it as an opportunity to proselytize Northeasterners about the greatness of the Hinduism and possibly Hindutva. They also tend to make zero efforts to learn the local languages and cultures and instead expect that their indigenous persons speak their language of Hindi, which of course is outrageous because indigenous persons are scheduled class tribes with cultural autonomy. Nevertheless, many tourists, especially Hindutva, disparage indigenous persons in Hindi even though they are the visitors. They also trash the Northeast and leave behind tremendous amounts of pollution, which further supports the case of environmental justice noted earlier. There are also sadly many cases of violence, including lynchings and rape of indigenous persons by visiting Hindu nationalists that see this land and the people that live there as subhuman within their mythical belief systems. Relatedly, many of these mainland Indian tourists take jobs away from local indigenous persons in their area, using the cultural hegemony of Hindu and the Hindutva to muscle their way into occupations otherwise held by indigenous actors. This gives them added political standing in these indigenous areas and thus become another level of settler colonialism. Ultimately, while tourism comes with some economic benefits, many indigenous people who live here see tourism from mainland India as a form of coloniality that uses these economic arguments to culturally, economically, and socially colonize indigenous persons, bodies, and land. A primary tenet of tribal criticism, after all, is that indigenous actors decide what is best for them. And through all these case studies, sadly, we see Hindu nationalists doing just the opposite to advance the spread of their believed cultural supremacy. Because of all the violences attached to this monolithic cultural identity, we also see Hindu nationalism as not just colonial, but plainly downright fascist and part of a real rise in transnational fascism. Indigenous resistance may provide unique opportunities for critiquing this cultural trend because of their right to self-determinacy and sovereignty. And we urge scholars to continue to study and take Indigenous rights and concerns in the Northeast seriously because Indigenous lives matter too. And with that, we'd like to end our presentation. Thank you so much for your attention.
Mithilesh Kumar Singh is a PhD research scholar from Jain University, Bengaluru, Karnataka. Mithilesh holds a master's degree in communication management from Manipal University and an MPhil from Jain University. Currently, he's pursuing his PhD. Mithilesh Singh is the marketing manager at Caterpillar Incorporation since January 2016. He brings over 12 years of industry experience across various subdomains of marketing. Our next author is Dr. Vijay Kumar. He holds a position as assistant professor in Department of Journalism and Mass Communication at School of Media and Communication, Manipal University, Jaipur, Rajasthan. His main interests are in the areas of in-film branding, surrogate advertising, and communication theory. He has been involved in the industry, teaching and research in the fields of communications for the past 5 years. His academic research, interests, and publications in referred journals have a small state perspective and based on advertising, popular culture, and corporate communication. He completed his PhD in in-film branding at Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Manipal, Karnataka. They will be presenting their paper on cultural diversity at the workplace, impact of managerial communications on employees' engagement, co-authored by Dr. Vijay Kumar and Mithilesh Kumar Singh.
Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. Today, my topic for the presentation is Cultural Diversity at the Workplace, Impact of Managerial Communication on Employee Engagement. Myself, Mithilesh Kumar, PhD research scholar from Jain University, jointly presenting this paper with Dr. Vijay Kumar from Manipal University, Jaipur campus. A very brief introduction about my topic is today, in search of the cheaper labor resources and profitable business, many companies are moving or expanding their base from the current region or the local region to abroad. This is reshaping the economic, political, and social life in many societies around the world. Culture and relating to cultural conflict because there are various different kinds of communication styles, and if we don't adapt our communication style according to the need of local culture, the conflict tends to happen. According to Taylor, culture is the complex whole which includes knowledge, beliefs, arts, moral law, custom, and any other capabilities and habits acquired by a person as a member of society. Also, the Berger and Luckman defined culture as the total way of life that is passed from one generation to another generation. Getting to the organizational culture as the way members of an organization relate to each other, their work to the outside world, and distinguishes themselves from the other organization. It is mainly to do with what is the working culture, how the manager, how the employee, how the leadership team, and how the within the employees correlate with each other, communicate with each other. Is it order oriented? I ordered and you do it like the factory, or is it consensus oriented where we respect each other, get into the consensus, and work towards getting the end result? So, coming to a model where the culture one and culture two, for example, a sender from American culture where it is open and frank discussion is accepted, confrontation is accepted, quick to the point discussion, and uh, direct and timely response is encouraged. Communicating to a person from Japanese or Vietnamese culture where the decision taking is not direct, it is consensus oriented, where non-verbal communication is given due importance. The response is delayed, and they speak subtly, they consult before responding and avoiding direct confrontation are working together. These two different communication styles may not suit, and if the person is not culturally sensitive, it can lead to conflict. Of course, there is an element of past experience when we know somebody's working style and we adjust our style to get the desired outcome, to get the meaningful dialogue. Getting to the next slide, where the monoculture, how the monoculture and intercultural mindset and adaptation can happen. So, when a person from a smaller city migrate to a cosmopolitan city, or a person from a smaller city or cosmopolitan city moves to a foreign country, the first stage is the denial, where they consider that my culture is only good and others are not good. And then slowly it goes into judging the differences, de emphasis on differences, deeply comprehend the differences, bridging across differences, and adapting. So, for example, taking that, okay, I am good, you are also good, and adapting to the local culture. So, definitely the adaptation to the local culture, wherever the somebody is working, needs to adapt accordingly, respect the local culture, and respect their own. So, there is a meaningful dialogue, meaningful out result can be expected. So my and the research methodology is listed here. So research gap is most of the intercultural or multicultural studies are looked from the eyes of cultural values, nationalities, gender, ethnicity, and the critical role played by the communication is not explained in detail, especially for the smaller companies. The research question is, what is the impact of managerial communication on employees' engagement in a multicultural setting? And the objective is to study and examine the relationship between effective managerial communication and employees' engagement in a multicultural working environment. So, while doing the literature review and existing journals and a lot of study on this particular topic after talking to the domain knowledge expert, my hypothesis is when there is a good working relationship between manager and subordinate, it leads to better collaboration, job engagement among employees, leading to healthy environment. So people of it is often said that people leave their bosses, they don't leave the companies, because day in and day out, every moment they interact with the bosses, not with the leadership team. So role of managers communication is really important. The research technique to serve the purpose of this objective is the qualitative research technique. Sample size is 10 with the senior management, means one level above the supervisors. Independent variable is managerial communication, which is how it is impacting the employees' engagement. The study was done during December 2020. So coming back to the theoretical framework, so social identity theory was considered as most ideal to serve the purpose because it is mainly related to how employees' self-concept is resulting from a perceived member of a social group. So whichever social group or society we are born and brought up, it impacts our ways of communication and our emotional intelligence and all other stuff. So various researchers have also linked social identity theory with the organizational communication to study the role of language, interaction style, cross-cultural circumstances to predict and explain behaviors, attitude. According to Scott, language expressed during intercultural interaction helps to create social identities. So language plus the non-verbal communication really plays a critical role. For example, when in a multicultural setting in a corporate, when people are working from a different linguistic background, are working together and gather during the lunch break, if a people of if a set of people starts talking in their regional language and the other person is not knowing that regional language, he or she feels alienated. So this leads to the disengagement. Now, the organizational communication challenge is there are several communication tactics that needs to be considered, but it is important that a communicator should be well sensitized about the other culture. With whoever he or she is communicating needs to understand what is their culture and accordingly change their attitude, behavior, and communication. For example, a person from Delhi usually uses the language of "तुझे बोला था ये काम करने को," but a person from Bihar considers it offending because tu is considered as not a good word, but they consider aap as a good word in Hindi. So while communicating, a manager needs to consider all those things and he or she needs to be really sensitized. Again, it depends on the gender communication. If they are communicating with male or female, and accordingly, they need to amend their communication style. So major findings of this study is sensitizing supervisor and employee about the need of cultural diversity because often it is observed and various studies has also proved that we have the affinity of having a interaction or association our own regional people are much more compared to the people coming from a different background. So why the diversity is important? It needs to be sensitized. It needs to be injected within the supervisor, within the employees. That why cultural diversity leads to the better productivity and innovation. Change the communication style in a multicultural setting. Organizations needs to change their working style based on the whoever they are interacting and be mindful, be sensitive about the feelings and emotions of the person with whom you are communicating. Existing prejudices. One of the very senior leader mentioned that the hiring managers often try to not recruit women employees, giving the reason that they may go after few years for maternity leave, they may go after few years for marriage leave, for marriage and change the city. So the attrition rate of women employees at a higher level is really high. So these existing prejudices needs to be handled. Personalized communication plays a very important role. So all the respondents during the 10 interviews said that the personalization of communication is really important. When any communication is personalized to a particular employee, the reading and acceptance is really high, creating the role model. So communication, it is not only the what is said, what is written, it has to be displayed in behavior. Often the people at the bottom of the pyramid try to mimic the behavior and follow the behavior of people who are at the top of the pyramid. So a leader needs to be really mindful about his language, his body language, his non-verbal cues, and the communication and how he talks to the employees. So display of his behavior and acting on those things are really important. The training, over half of the respondents from corporate communication backgrounds stated that during an interview that a newly hired resource and existing employees should be exposed to critical training on language, cross-cultural communication, organizational culture to establish what is right, what is wrong in a working culture, and finding further supports the research outcome of Shanti. Overall, my conclusion is any manager, his behavior is really impacting the overall team engagement. So a manager needs to be much more culturally sensitive because he is driving a team of larger base and he or she needs to get the end result in a productive way. So his behavior is directly impacting the employees at the bottom. So informal sessions, the culturally sensitivity trainings, and team building exercises are really, really important to make people aware, to gel and well better and increase the employee engagement. So if the employees are engaged, the collaboration will increase, productivity will increase. The limitation of this study is it is limited within Bangalore, within the selected organization, and the further scope of a study is it can be expanded to have a applied the mixed method where quantitative and qualitative both techniques can be applied, covering the larger base of audience in and larger base of companies. These are my references and looking forward to have a fruitful, meaningful dialogue, questions, and suggestions during the actual presentation. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Dr. Renata Bozak is an assistant professor of public relations and advertising at BNU HKBU United International College in China, where she has worked since 2014. Her field of expertise includes visual communication in the areas of marketing.
पृथिवी शान्तमिदं गुरुवन्तरिक्षं शान्ताहुदन्वतीरापः शान्ता न सन्तोषधीः शान्तानि पूर्वरूपाणि शान्तं न अस्तु कृताकृतं शान्तं भूतं च मौल्यं च सर्वमेव क्षमस्तु नः सर्वमेव क्षमस्तु नः इयं या परमेष्टिनी वाग्देवी ब्रह्म संशिता ययैव ससृजे घोरं तयैव शान्तिरस्तु नः तयैव शान्तिरस्तु नः परमेष्टिनम् मनोवां ब्रह्म संश्रितम् येनैव ससृजे घोरम् तेनैव शान्तिरस्तु नः तेनैव शान्तिरस्तु नः इमानि यानि पञ्चेन्द्रियाणि मनः षष्ठानि मे हृदि ब्रह्मणा संशितानि यैरेव ससृजे घोरम् तैरेव शान्तिरस्तु नः तैरेव शान्तिरस्तु नः पृथिवी शान्तिः अन्तरिक्षं शान्तिः द्यौ शान्तिः आपः शान्तिः ओषधयः शान्तिः वनस्पतयः शान्तिः विश्वे मे देव शान्तिः सर्वे मे देव शान्तिः 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 शान्तिभिः ताभिः शान्तिभिः सर्वः शान्तिभिः शमयामोऽहं यदिह घोरं यदिह क्रूरं यदिह पापं तच्छान्तं तच्छिवं सर्वमेव शमस्तु नः सर्वमेव शमस्तु नः
Dr. Renata Bozak is an assistant professor of Dr. Renata Bozak is an assistant professor of public relations and advertising at BNU HKBU United International College in China, where she has worked since 2014. Her field of expertise includes visual communication in the areas of marketing and advertising and branding. She received her PhD in communications from Hong Kong Baptist University in 2014. She will be presenting a paper on cultural shaping of sex, a qualitative study of Generation Y in Poland and China.
Hello, my name is Renata Wojcik and welcome to my presentation on cultural shaping of sex, qualitative study of Generation Y in Poland and China. So in this study, I explore and compare how young people from China and Poland believe their cultures with sex at 3 stages of romantic relationships, what ideas, religion and ideology in the hands of parents and teachers communicate to them about sex. Are they similar or different? How similar or different they are? So I answer these questions through in-depth interviews with young people from these 2 countries. And based on the analysis of the conversations with them, I hypothesize that the dominating cultural patterns that shape sexual conduct in each country. I also identify potential tensions within cultures and between cultural individual viewpoints regarding sex. Finally, I discuss limitations of the study and suggest directions for future research. So let's begin. As for literature review, so we have on one hand we have China, on the other hand we have Poland. So of course China is a very important country at the moment, especially in terms of understanding culture. So there is more demand for the research and therefore more examination is needed. On the other hand, Poland is, I argue, it could be viewed as a bridge between West and East. It's underrepresented in Western communication research, so therefore more examination is also needed. When it comes to sex and culture, so there is some type of dichotomy in the sense that it's okay to talk about sex when we view it as a tool for procreation adopted after marriage, right? So that's when it's okay to discuss it. But as soon as it becomes a source of pleasure, then it's kind of a forbidden fruit, forbidden topic. And I think that controversy surrounding sex is reflected in many aspects, but one of them is also cultures. And so in China, when it comes to sex, China is considered what's called an asexual culture, so with a high level of control over sex-related matters, and usually that control is in the hands of the government with the help of parents. Now in Poland, it's a little bit different. The topic of sex is usually in the hands of Roman Catholic Church that is highly disapproving of it. And then another aspect of this research are young people. So I think we all know the importance of young people in research. Well, to me, it's like on one hand, they are most influenced by any external factors. So they're growing up and they're being shaped by their cultures. So that's one assumption. Another is that they're also responsible for shaping the future of the culture. So I think for that, this is the main reason why we do need to study them and understand them better, how they think, because that would kind of allow us to predict what's going to happen in the future, what directions we will be taking as cultures. And then there is some type of, there is inconclusive research in a sense, like the degree to which young people are accepting of sex is not very clear. And so I would say for this reason, more in-depth examination is needed, and hence I conduct this type of study. So as for theoretical framework, I use the definition of culture I adopted from Powers. That definition is quite similar to Gert's definition, which is later connected with. So culture is a set of commonly shared beliefs and all the signs and symbols used to express those beliefs. And then cultural shaping is according to Gertz. So we are shaped by cultures, specifically cultural patterns that are found in ideology and religion. And the importance, according to him, the importance of religion is that it gives us all those concepts, ideas about the world, self, and relations between them. And then the ideology is to protect those selected conceptions of the world itself and the relationships between them. And going further, religion's ideas, since culture is the set of beliefs expressed in signs and symbols, then religion's ideas or beliefs will be about sex will be expressed in sacred symbols, presentational discursive actions or artifacts, and ideology ideas about sex will be expressed in secular symbols, also presentational discursive, meaning languages or other forms, actions and artifacts. And then when it comes to conceptualizing sex, I use this framework that actually it comes from biology. So Rogers proposes attraction, courtship, allegiance as 3 stages of sex. And then I argue that those stages could be stages of romantic relationship in human realm, specifically because that conceptualization is biological for animals, all animals. But then, yes, we can use it as in human realm, it would be more similar to romantic relationships in which sexual activity takes place. So then the attraction phase will characterize all types of actions that suggest sexual interest between 2 people. Courtship will be actions, artifacts that bring people together as different stages, and closer, and then allegiance phase characterized by all types of actions that would secure further continuation of that process. And then I also emphasize the difference between culture and versus perception of culture. So I do think it's important, and I think this is also what is reflected in a lot of persuasion theories, as well as communication research in general, that what we study is the perception of people, not really the reality, because that's what kind of matters. So it's not what is real, but it was perceived to be real that is considered as the main driver for human action. In other words, what people think is happening will be, the beliefs will be directing them for their action. So for that reason, I assume the importance of what people think, their culture, religion, ideology think about sex, and whether they think it's good or bad for them, to be the main driver for designing and redesigning their future behaviors and actions related to it. So based on all of that, I developed two research questions. First, how young Polish and Chinese people perceive their culture's approach to sex at 3 stages of romantic relationship. And then the second question, what are the similarities and differences in young people's perceptions of their culture's approach to sex at those 3 stages? So as I mentioned, I conducted interviews between November and December 2013, because this study is actually based on my PhD thesis. It's from my PhD thesis, so it's from a bit some time ago. And so for the analysis, I employed discursive analysis. So I look at types of sexual behaviors and that, in their opinion, were approved or disapproved, allowed or disallowed by the religion ideology. I looked at how much they agree or disagree with it, and I looked also different other actions, artifacts that might not be related to literally sexual in nature, but could be related, that they mention or they often mention in their discussions. So I looked at what information was highlighted, repeated, and so on. So findings. First of all, when it comes to religion, in China, there was no talk about religion because most of them, they grew up without any religion. During the conversations in the ideology part, because that's how I divided my questionnaire questions. First, we talk about religion, and then ideology, parents, teachers. So in that part, they often mention Chinese traditional wisdom to explain some of their understanding, but religion did not show up at all. And then in Poland, there was definitely very strong influence of the Roman Catholic Church, and the church has been viewed as kind of against any type of sexual conduct. Like one participant mentioned, the only thing that the church allows us to do with a boyfriend is to come to church with him. So that was according to young people, church's view on sex. So basically they couldn't do anything. And then on top of that, they also thought that what the church's beliefs about sex, they are reducing sexual intercourse to reproduction, and that negatively influenced young people's education in Poland, their education. So as one of them said, I remember quite clearly what my high school teacher said: we can't form a true merger between two people if there is a piece of gum in between. By gum, he meant condoms. He was discouraging us from any type of sexual behavior. He thought that if you were having sex, you had to have it in a natural way, to get pregnant or not to have it at all. He said the only reason for sex was to get pregnant, to ensure the continuation of the human species. It was also a way to get closer to another person, but it comes more from the fact that we are biologically equipped to reproduce. What an awful word. According to Catholic beliefs, if you feel the urge to have sex, you should drink a glass of cold water or put your feet in a bowl of cold water. So that's how they describe it. And another part of ideology, so teachers. Actually, I started with teachers, I think. So in China, definitely that was their topic, right? This is where they talked the most, a lot. So they all said that their ideas were influenced by all teachers that they encountered before and during the college entry examination. So that was also an important marking point. And then the teachers were quite strict, and they didn't want them to have any relationships within that period. And also they mentioned that there was a very strong connection with the parents. So their teachers had some type of collaborations with parents. So as one of them described, they called parents in high school because you needed to prepare for the university exam, Gaokao. And only parents could force people to separate. And it did happen. They managed to force 2 students from another class to stop dating. So some of them, yes, they mentioned that this kind of situations, but there were few who said that they did not manage. They would just they continue hiding. And then, that situation notably changed once the Chinese students passed the college entry examination. That's when the shift happened. In Poland, it was completely different. I mean, they only mentioned high school teachers as being influential, and then that influence was very different because there was pretty much no restrictions. And in some cases, they did mention about sexual abuse, harassment, you can say, coming from the teachers, or even like forming relationships with teachers. So as one of them described, one girl in my school, she had a lot of problems as she got pregnant by a teacher. It happened when we went for a 5-day field trip to Latvia. That's where they met, and that's where it all started. And then they did not mention any connection between parents and teachers like it was in the case of Chinese. Finally, ideology parents. So in China, parents and teachers are almost like mirrors, right? They were completely identical in a sense that, yes, they had the same values and they were in cooperation with one another. The Chinese participants reported hiding their relationships from their parents to avoid any problems. And they said that after the college entry exam, their parents approved of flirting and dating. They did not really mention that about teachers, because I think as soon as they went to college, it's just teachers stopped controlling them at all. It was just parents to a lower extent. But then sexual intercourse was reserved mainly for marriage. So, and then in Poland, the situation again was very different because Polish parents encouraged their children to flirt and date, and they even knew about their sexual life of their kids, not the details. Like one of them mentioned, mother knows I'm having sex with my boyfriend, but she doesn't know the details. Right, so that was definitely very different, and then there was no mention of like at certain points started in high school or even before high school, as in China. Something like this talk after the Gaokao exam. So discussion based on this, I argue that the ideology is a dominating pattern in China. In Poland, it's religion, right, in the hands of Roman Catholic Church. In China, it's parents and teachers guide sexual conduct. And then entry examination Gaokao is kind of like that shift, that marking point where the shift happens in their way of viewing sex and the approval of it. But again, still, it's in that form that it's a procreation tool rather than anything else. In Poland, religion is extremely strict about this, but there is a tension between religion and young people, which is manifesting already in the form that a lot of them, because many of the participants, they mentioned that they are kind of disappointed with the religion, and some of them, they even, they are not religious anymore, or they switch to another religion, such as Buddhism. And they did say that one of the reasons was because of their view on sex, but not just sex, it's many other things. In general, they thought that the church is quite conservative, but not good way. It's outdated. It's very outdated. It's way behind what it should be at that time. So now it's probably even more. So limitations. So the language, one of the limitations which I overcome, because the thing is, like, I conducted interviews with Polish in Poland, and Polish people in Polish, and then with Chinese in English, but then Chinese people, they had an opportunity to speak in Chinese, and then they translated it to English. And the English was also quite good, so I don't think it affected the study much. And the analysis of the data, I didn't use any professional software, but then I did look at their body language as well. when we were having those interviews. And then, so in terms of future research, I think this study could be extended to other cultures. I think the different patterns will be found in the Western European countries, especially in France, England, maybe, Spain, US, I would say, and then other symbols, signs and symbols. I mainly analyze symbols, but also could be signs as well. So one last thing is that this study is a part of my PhD, and it has been published in China Media Research. Thank you very much. That's all.
Yi Jasmine Wong is an assistant professor from the Department of Communication at the University of Louisville, USA. She will be presenting the paper titled A Third-Person Perception Perspective, Air Pollution Perceptions in China and India, co-authored by Yi Wang, Maitri Mishra, Manipal Institute of Communication, Professor Jinghui He, School of Journalism and Communication from Beijing Sport University, China, Dr. Margaret D. Silva, University of Alabama, USA, Professor Yuping Xingjiang from University, China, and Dr. Padmarani, Manipal Institute of Communication.
Hello everyone, so in this video I will be presenting our research on optimistic bias of air pollution perceptions in China and India on behalf of my colleagues from United States, China, and India. So air pollution has affected both developing and developed countries around the world. However, media's attention primarily focuses on big cities such as Beijing or New Delhi and some major global events. So what we have shown here is a chart showing the most polluted cities in 2018 based on average level of PM 2.5. As we can tell, there are many cities from India and China on this chart. However, we couldn't really see the name of Beijing, and actually there are much smaller cities in China which have more air pollution issues. So the media has been setting agenda for the general public, right? So therefore, because of the media reports, media attention on those big metropolitan areas, people who are living in the smaller cities might be the most vulnerable due to the lack of media attention and exposure. So for some of the cities primarily have severe air pollution issues, it is likely that local citizens from these cities who suffer the most from air pollution may still perceive that air pollution is more severe in those big cities than their own, so therefore not adopting enough protective actions. So in this study, we want to survey the participants from both China and India to see whether there is this optimistic bias between versus themselves versus others, and particularly about their perception about race for people living in those big metropolitan cities versus their own perception of risk in smaller cities. So optimistic bias describes the tendency for people to overestimate their likelihood to be influenced by positive events, but to underestimate their negative influence by negative events. So this is actually a cognitive bias, very common across different populations and in different risk evaluation contexts. So basically, people have been using this framework to study the perception of environmental issues. So therefore, we want to apply the same framework in this study on people's risk perception. So the other, on top of optimistic bias, we're also interested in metropolitan bias. And this is actually a concept describe the disproportionate resource allocation to large metropolitan cities compared to smaller towns and rural areas. And this is actually a concept built upon urban bias, which is a much discussed notion among development economists since the late 1970s. However, metropolitan bias is also reflected as the allocation of public attention in the forms of media bias. So actually, BBC have been criticized for disproportionate news coverage about the London area, and there are also similar issues in the United States and also in China in terms of media coverage focusing on big metropolitan areas. So we're all aware that media has this agenda-setting power, which actually predict the perceived salience of issues from the public. So therefore, with media bias in terms of disproportionate coverage on the big metropolitan areas, we are interested to know that whether there are specific location-based bias. So beyond optimistic bias, where research have been already studied that people's perception of environmental quality can decrease when the spatial scope increases, such as from local to national and global, right? We are particularly interested in beyond this comparison, would people have metropolitan bias in regards to air pollution? So therefore, are actually perceiving people living in big metropolitan areas will have more risk, are more vulnerable in terms of air pollution. For here comes our first set of hypotheses. So our first set of hypotheses focus on optimistic bias. So we predict that people in both China and India will believe that they themselves are less vulnerable to air pollution than other people living in China in general, and than other people living in the world. And our next set of hypotheses primarily focused on this location-based bias. So we predict that people in both China and India believe that those living in large metropolitan cities are more vulnerable to air pollution than people in smaller cities in China. And we are also interested in whether they believe that people in large metropolitan cities should also take more protective actions for air pollution than people living in smaller cities. We're also, because we're interested in surveying participants from both India and China, and both countries have air pollution issues in the history and also nowadays. So we're also interested in, do people in India and China have similar level of metropolitan bias towards air pollution? And that is our research question to explore. All right, so as I already mentioned, we actually have participants from both China and India, primarily from students, but we also asked them to forward the study to their family members. So hopefully we can reach more population in those different countries. And we have participants from Beijing, the capital city, and also from Urumqi and other smaller cities in China. And for India, we have students from New Delhi, the capital of India, and also other cities in the smaller scale. So in terms of measurements, we measured optimistic bias and metropolitan bias using indirect method, which is a different score calculated based on participants' estimate of their own vulnerability and others' vulnerability to air pollution for optimistic bias. And the participants were asked to estimate the vulnerability of people to air pollution based on different specific locations between big metropolitan cities versus medium to small sized city. And we are calculating the different score for metropolitan bias. We also developed a scale which include 5 different protective behavioral items to measure their protective behavioral intention. And these issue include whether people will check the air quality every day to be aware of the issue of air pollution, whether people will install air purifier at home, and etc. So we received 293 completed responses from China and and we have a large age range in terms of participants from 18 to 66. And the majority of our participants were college students, and from the Han ethnic group. We have 28% of participants identify themselves as residents in large metropolitan cities. We have the majority of the participants living in smaller cities and rural areas in China. For our Indian samples, right now we have 112 completed responses. So this is actually also an ongoing project, so we're still collecting data in India, but right now we have primarily students. We have 53%, around 50% of females, and most of the students are from Hindu religion belief. All right, so now let's come to the result. As we predicted, people from both China and India do have optimistic bias about to air versus other people's risk air pollution. And people in India actually have a little bit higher ratings in terms of the perceived risk from air pollution for themselves and also for people in India in general and the people all over the world. What is interesting about China and India is that instead of having this, having the risk, perceived risk decreased based on the distance of the location, we find that both people in China and India actually perceive the risk globally a little bit lower than they perceive the risk, particularly for people in China and also the people in India. And because of the reality and also because of the media reports focusing on the air pollution issue in China and India. So for our next set of hypotheses, we focused on the metropolitan bias, which are also supported both for our sample in China and our sample in India. And in fact, when exploring our research question that people in India actually have larger metropolitan, they actually perceived much higher air pollution risk for people living in metropolitan areas in India than people in China. As I mentioned, our study is still collecting data, although it is limited for a convenient sampling method. We identified people's inclination to underestimate their own risks beyond self versus others and here and versus there. In fact, people's perception of risk was affected by media. So therefore, this study has highlighted the need for policy and decision makers to keep this in mind, not only about optimistic bias, but also to think about the potential metropolitan bias in formulating media-aided messages. So we hope to report back more results from our sample, and we're excited to find out how different factors contributing to metropolitan bias. And it is interesting to find out that right now, people in India actually have more perceived metropolitan city bias. It will be interesting to link the perception with actual media reportings, media coverage, and to see if there a link between the media agenda setting or the quantity of media reports focusing on big cities versus other smaller areas, and whether this is linked to people's perception by. Thank you so much for your time. We'd love to hear your feedback for our research.
Dr. Renata Wozak is an assistant Dr. Renata Wozak is an assistant professor.
We begin the inaugural session by We begin the inaugural session by invoking the blessings of Almighty. I request Ms. Rekha Rao to render an invocation.
गणानायकं विघ्नहर्तारमेशं कवीनां कविं सर्वकार्यादिपूज्यम् गणानायकं विघ्नहर्तारमेशं कवीनां कविं सर्वकार्यादिपूज्यम् महायोगिनाम् अप्रमेयं प्रसिद्धं स्मरारेस्तनूजं भजे ज्येष्ठराजम् महायोगिनाम् अप्रमेयं प्रसिद्धं स्मरारेस्तनूजं भजे ज्येष्ठराजम् मङ्गलात्मक दुरिततिमिरपतङ्ग गरुडतुरङ्ग रिपुमदभङ्ग कीर्तितरङ्ग पुरहरसङ्ग नीलाङ्ग अङ्गद प्रियनङ्गपित कालिङ्गमर्दन अमितकरुणापाङ्ग श्रीनरसिंह रक्षिसु नम्मननवरत. Thank you.
For the introductory remarks, we would like to welcome Dr. Padma Rani, Director and Professor of Manipal Institute of Communication. Manipal Institute of Communication is a constituent unit of Manipal Institute of Higher Education and is the host of 26th Annual Conference of International Association of Intercultural Communication Studies. I request Padma Rani ma'am to welcome the participants.
Professor Margaret De Silva, the President of International Association of Intercultural Communication Studies, board members of IAICS, Vice Chancellor of Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Lieutenant General M.D. Venkatesh, Professor Mark Nielsen, Dean of Communication and Information Sciences, University of Alabama, Professor Joanne Williams from Macau University, Professor Keith Lloyd from Kent University. A warm welcome, It's my honor and privilege to welcome each of you participating in the 26th Annual Conference of International Association of Intercultural Communication Studies, hosted by Manipal Institute of Communication, Center for Intercultural Dialogue, MAHE, and the International Association of Intercultural Communication Studies. Manipal Academy of Higher Education is an institution of eminence declared by the Ministry of Human Resource Development, Government of India. MAHE has been ranked the top private university in the country. Manipal Academy of Higher Education offers courses in various disciplines like health sciences, engineering, management, humanities. We have students not only from the country, but from 54 different nations across the globe. MIC is one of the premier media and communication destinations in India. We offer undergraduate, postgraduate, and doctoral students program. Manipal Institute of Communication has 4 research centers which promote research with teaching. It's my privilege to welcome Professor Margaret De Silva, Chair of Communication Studies, University of Alabama, and President of IAICS. It's been my pleasure working with her during the pandemic to host the conference. I welcome Professor Mark Nielsen, Dean of Communication and Information Sciences, University of Alabama, US. I use this opportunity to welcome the Vice Chancellor of Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Lieutenant General M.D. Venkatesh, the board members of IAICS. I welcome all the speakers and participants for the 2-day conference who are from across the globe, who have come here to share their knowledge and vast experience with all of us. This is the first conference in the history of our institute which is completely conducted on a digital platform due to the COVID-19 pandemic. We are proud to announce that this conference is being conducted along with the support and cooperation of IAICS. Wishing you all a fruitful, enriching, and informative virtual interaction for the 2 days. Have a beautiful, enriching discussion and sessions, and hoping to meet all of you physically someday. Thank you.
Ma'am, thank you so much for the wonderful words. Next, we would like to invite Lieutenant General Dr. M.D. Venkatesh, Vice Chancellor of MAHE, to address all assembled here. He is the 7th Vice Chancellor of MAHE and an ENT surgeon by training. He was part of the Armed Forces Medical College, Pune, and served for 38 years in various capacities. Before taking charge as VC of MAHE, Dr. Venkatesh served as the Vice Chancellor of Sikkim Manipal University.
Warm greetings to everyone. I'm very happy to note that Manipal Institute of Communication, a constituent unit of Manipal Academy of Higher Education in association with the University of Alabama, is organizing the 26th International Conference of International Association for Intercultural Communication Studies on 13th of March 2021. IAICS features members from over 32 countries who meet annually at different locations around the globe to discuss various common research interests. Due to the prevailing COVID-19 pandemic, the conference this year will be held fully online with an emphasis on keeping its universal appeal intact. The conference theme of diversity and multiculturalism in contemporary times perhaps stands more relevant than ever in the time of this pandemic. As we move further into the 21st century, issues of diversity, multiculturalism are becoming increasingly complex. Multiculturalism refers to the state of a society or the world in which there exist numerous distinct ethnic and cultural groups seen to be politically relevant, and a program or a policy promoting such a society. Multiculturalism is a social perspective that is committed to publicly recognizing and respecting many cultures and cultural identities. I'm very happy to note that 26th IAICS conference has attracted participation from academicians and researchers from esteemed universities and institutions across the globe. I wish the conference all the success in achieving its objectives, and I wish all the delegates an enriching experience. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. We are glad you could join us today. Next, we would like to invite Dr. Mark Nelson. Dr. Mark Nelson joined the University of Alabama in 1991 as a faculty member in the Communication Studies Department, University of Alabama, and now serves as the Dean. He also provides consulting services for numerous organizations and governmental agencies throughout the Southeast.
Greetings from the University of Alabama and welcome to the 26th International Association for Intercultural Communication Studies. I am Mark Nelson, Dean of the College of Communication and Information Sciences at the University of Alabama. We are so pleased that our colleague, Dr. Margaret De Silva, who serves as the Department Chair of the Communication Studies Department, is serving as a co-organizer of this year's conference. And we wish you the very best as you join together with colleagues from around the world to discuss common research interests that will ultimately advance our understanding of the field of intercultural communication. Thank you for your commitment to this outstanding organization. Have a great conference, and as we say here in Alabama, roll Tide.
Thank you, sir. Next, we would like to call upon Dr. Margaret De Silva, President of IAICS, for the presidential address. Dr. Margaret U. De Silva, PhD, University of Kentucky, is Professor and Chair of the Department of Communication Studies, University of Alabama. She was previously Director, Institute for Intercultural Communication at the University of Louisville. She is the President 2019 to 2021 of the International Association for Intercultural Communication Studies. Professor De Silva has served as editor of the journal Intercultural Communication Studies. She has co-edited 4 academic books and co-authored several peer-reviewed journal articles and book chapters.
Greetings. Namaskara. Namaste. As the president of IAICS, I extend to you a very warm welcome to the 26th conference of IAICS, as we like to call it, the International Association for Intercultural Communication Studies. I am delighted to see you here. I wish to thank our partners from Manipal for their amazing work, Dr. Padmarani, Dr. H.S. Shubha, Dr. Praveen Shetty, Lieutenant General Dr. M.D. Venkatesh, and the entire team for their amazing collaboration. We had to move our conference from the seaside town of Manipal to an online environment. And yet through all of this, our conference partners in Manipal have stood strong, and I extend to them a huge thank you on behalf of IAICS. I thank the Board of Directors and the International Board of Advisors of IAICS for their behind-the-scenes work for the association. Thank you, presenters, for being here and participating in this conversation about diversity and multiculturalism in contemporary times. I'm Margaret Usha De Silva, Professor and Chair of the Department of Communication Studies at the University of Alabama. The pandemic has taught us to live and work differently. It has called on us to re-envision our relationships, our way of doing things. As scholars of culture and communication, we have been acutely conscious about the interconnections that have bound us over the past year, often isolated in our homes with very little face-to-face contact with each other. We have stayed in touch through online media that were unknown, unfamiliar, and incomprehensible decades ago. It has been a time of reflexivity, of deliberative thinking on how a virus can spread through the entire world, connecting us in a common effort to stay safe. This is going to be with us a while longer, and the conflicts and problems we have had will also be there with us. Today, I shall talk about the dark side of our cultural lives, that which separates us and suggest a potential gateway. Please bear with me while I shift screens. My topic, colorblindness, othering in our time, a mindfulness pathway. As we consider our common humanity, I want to draw attention to that which becomes a source of conflict and divisiveness. Today, I discuss colorblindness and othering. I don't see color is a statement made by supporters of the colorblind ideology who claim that they are being neutral towards color and treat everyone the same. Writing in ethnic and racial studies, Nicholas Vargas brings an example from the United States. Governor Sandoval of Nevada, a self-identified Latino, was asked how he would feel if his children were racially profiled according to Arizona's law requiring citizens to carry proof of citizenship. He replied that his children don't look Hispanic, so they would not have to worry about such restrictions. It is clear that lighter-skinned individuals are not racialized in the same way as other darker Latinas. In many countries, including India, newspaper ads continue to advertise for fair brides. And skin products to make skin fairer were sold widely until the protests, and corporations changed its strategy. Thus, the statement, "we do not see color," is a fraud statement. Bonilla Silva states that by claiming not to see race, people can explain racial inequality without mention of racism. For example, colorblindness allows people to downplay the persistence of racism by giving non-racial explanations for current racial inequalities in the US. Bayman and Petz have examined colorblindness in France. Although racial classification is antithetical to France, research shows that racial and ethnic minorities experience frequent stops by police. I can extend the colorblind ideology to say that caste-blind or religion-blind ideology produces a type of blindness in which the normative or majority culture either cannot see or does not wish to confront their own casteism, racism, classism, or communalism. The colorblind ideology silences opposition to racial and ethnic inequality. Colorblindness allows people to minimize racism or colorism or casteism and provide individual explanations such as the individual is the problem and has nothing to do with a racist society, which raises the specter of the constant othering of non-normative bodies. Before I discuss othering, let me bring a quote from the US. This was written by Crucius, who shot to death 22 people at a Walmart in El Paso, Texas. Now, the population of El Paso, a border town, is 83% Hispanic. He wrote, "Hispanics will take control of the local and state government of my beloved Texas, changing policy to better suit their needs," and so on. Totally baseless, and yet used to justify his killing of the outgroup, the people in the borders. Gloria Anzaldúa captures the sense of being in the borderland in her poem, Borderlands. To live in the borderlands means to put chili in the borscht, eat whole wheat tortillas, speak Tex-Mex with a Brooklyn accent, be stopped by La Migra at the border checkpoints. Living in the borderlands means you fight hard to resist the gold elixir beckoning from the bottle, the pull of the gun barrel, the rope crushing the hollow of your throat. In the borderlands, you are the battleground where enemies are kin to each other. Those in the borderlands are another group. History, as you know, dear members, provides us of many examples of the othering of groups. And it continues in our current days in multiple ways. Let us pause here for a moment and wonder. Wonder which group in our own nation state or culture is the scapegoat for existing problems, the group that experiences this othering. Many scholars have examined othering. Here I choose a description from Zachary Smith, Age of Fear. Scholars commonly have defined othering as the practice of labeling a people or culture as different from one's own group. Otherness is often defined through observable features or some aspect of the outgroup's culture. And it is not easy for the outgroup to shed the other label that the in-group places on them. To other an entire people or culture is to create, at least in the mind of the in-group, a hierarchical relationship that justifies the domination and subordination of the outgroup. Othering has serious consequences for the outgroup, including physical and mental health problems. From neuroscience, we learn that the brain actually predisposes us to see the world in a biased way, categorizing individuals as us versus them. Dr. Joshua Green, director of Harvard's Model Cognition Lab, tells us that cooperation evolves not because it is nice, but because it gives us survival advantage. And that is why we are socially wired to cooperate within our group, but not without our group. And so, where do we go? One potential avenue has always been available for us. I propose that we as communication scholars examine our communicative practices from a place of mindfulness. While mindfulness is a recent introduction to some countries in the West, meditation is a practice originated in India and is described in the ancient texts, the Upanishads, the Vedas, and the Smritis. Mindfulness has a long history in India, in China, in Japan, and several other countries. Practicing mindfulness allows the practitioner to be fully present in the moment, to experience the moment without prejudice or expectation. Thus, it ought to provide the gateway to interrogate all forms of oppression. Mindfulness is not a panacea. If you belong to the group, the in-group, then mindfulness will not remove your ignorance. And if you are the oppressed group, mindfulness will not remove your situation. What mindfulness will do, however, is provide a moment of quiet, an opportunity to examine our thoughts and emotions with wise attention. Being in the moment, watching our thoughts as they come and go without judgment, will create an awareness of our perceptions. We rarely think about what we are thinking. Mindfulness will cut through habitual thought patterns and through years of conditioning. The hope is to create an awakening to compassion. Our role as scholars of communication is to be mindful how, through our linguistic, rhetorical, and communicative choices, we can disengage from racial dominance and contribute to creating a society with racial, caste, and religious harmony. We can use our speech, our media training, our social media engagement to speak out against injustices. To those who are engaged scholars, mindfulness helps maintain your serenity through difficult times. Mindfulness is especially useful during our pandemic days. It lets us be with what is. We appreciate ourselves, become compassionate to ourselves, and then widen our circle of compassion toward us. The pandemic has created an acute awareness that we're all connected. It is not enough to vaccinate people in one country when a variant from another may change the equation. As intercultural scholars, we have known this for a long time. It is up to us to make the difference. The solutions are here. We need to look at them with fresh eyes. We just need to embrace them. Once again, thank you so very much to the organizers and to you, our members, for the constancy of your support. Namaste.
Thank you, Dr. Margaret. Your continued support has made this conference possible. For the keynote address, we would like to welcome Professor Keith S. Lloyd, Kent State University. Keith Lloyd is Professor of English at Kent State University, Stark. He has spoken worldwide on comparative rhetoric, the rhetoric of India, feminist argumentation, and argumentation theory, as well as their intersections. He is also co-authored and published with Donggong Liu of China Normal University, a handbook of rhetoric published in China and soon to be released in the US.
Hello, everyone. This is Dr. Keith Lloyd. I'm at Kent State University in the United States. I'm Executive Director of IAICS and pleased to be speaking at this 2021 Manipal conference. What I want to talk about is what comparative world rhetorics has to offer intercultural communication studies. First, I'd like to say thank you to the Manipal Academy of Higher Education, the University of Alabama, the Center for Intercultural Dialogue. I'd also like to thank Dr. Margaret De Silva, the president of IAICS, and Robert Vagan, former president, and also Dr. Padma Rani, who organized this. Thank you for all of your hard work. And Hannah Jones, my undergraduate assistant, whose help was invaluable. So I'm exploring what comparative rhetoric brings to communication studies through the example of two Hindu-Indian approaches to logic, rhetoric, and performance. I'm the editor of the Routledge Handbook of Comparative World Rhetorics that came out this year. Also, I'm a co-author with Donggong Liu, Rhetoric and Composition Studies, out in China and available here on ResearchGate. And I teach in both the English and Communications departments on my campus. I have 12 journal and chapter publications on Nyaya rhetoric, which I'm talking about today. In 2005, I reinterpreted the Nyaya Sutra as a rhetorical handbook, and it was published in 2007. By 2017, Nyaya rhetoric was recognized by Indian philosophers in the publication Early Nyaya Logic, Rhetorical Aspects in the Handbook of Logical Thought in India. So that just gives you some context for my remarks. In comparative rhetoric, it assumes a frame of comparison, and that would be a comparison, of course, with Greek rhetoric. How can we study non-Western or non-Greek rhetorics without imposing our own terms and perspectives on them? We proceed from assumptions set up by scholars like Lu Ming Mao and others. We begin with a knowledge of Greek rhetoric. We avoid branding similar practices as versions or distortions of Greek rhetoric. We seek to understand non-Western rhetorics in their own terms, in their own contexts. We're trying to bring new life and knowledge to the field and globalize the study of rhetoric. Rhetoric, to me, I define it as the shaping of the what and the how. The what is our message, the how are our choices in tone, vocabulary, language, dialect, idiolect, media, registering conventions, motives, etc. Rhetoric, from my point of view, is the active shaping of the what and the how in any communicative act. In terms of intercultural communication, I'm taking it as the sharing of information on different levels of awareness between people with different cultural backgrounds. Individuals influenced by different cultural groups negotiate shared meaning in interactions. So it seems obvious to me, we share a lot of goals between comparative rhetoric and intercultural communication. These two in specific, to raise awareness of cultural communication patterns and to better negotiate shared meaning among cultural groups. So let me talk about, in general, the two Hindu models that I'm referring to today. Nyaya is one of the 6 orthodox Hindu philosophies and a theory of rhetoric. Sadvaranakran is a part of a Hindu theory of performing arts. Together, they express a Hindu theory of communication. Hindu here refers to the codification of these teachings, not to their origin or influence. I believe they emerged from the populace and they were codified by Hindus. They also were modified and used by Buddhists, Jains, etc. And I believe that they are common across the Indian subcontinent in terms of the ways that people communicate. Nyaya is a philosophy of reasoning and debate. It's codified in the Nyaya Sutra, which was written by Akshapada Gautam around 150 CE. It's traditionally ascribed to Gautam, who lived 550 BCE. So parts of it probably originated his time. Nyaya, Sanskrit for justice or right reasoning, and the interlocutors seek shared truth beyond fear and desire. Sadvaranakran is the science of drama, music, dance, and poetry. It's in the Natya Sastra, written by Bharamuni around 2nd century BCE. Sadvaranakran is Sanskrit for simplification. In terms of Hindu communication theory, I want to look at Nyaya first. The beginning of Nyaya theory says there are 4 ways of knowing the world. The pramana. That means perceptible through the mind. Mana is mind. The pramana. First is pratyaksha, which is perception, fundamental to our relationship to the world. We see through the senses, and we also see through our mind and our understanding. Pra means to appear. Yaksha is the way things appear or being. Anumana is inference. Again, mana is mind. Ane would be through. Upamana is comparison. Upa would be above. So these are processes of seeing the world, sensing the world. When we do this correctly, it leads to Shabda, which is trustworthy testimony. And this is a cycle that continues. The Shabda is created through these processes, just as these processes lead to Shabda. So Nyaya reasoning applies all 4 pramana in its 5-part dialogic method. Nyaya method of reasoning is called the avyava, which means literally the members, sort of like the fingers on your hand. Shabda is trustworthy testimony. And basically, we're testing something to see if it's worthy of being accepted as trustworthy testimony. The prajna, at this point, this is just hypothetical. The hill is on fire. And we think it's on fire because there is smoke. So we're making an inference. And the inference is based in drishtanta, a real experience in the world, an analogy with something we actually have experienced. Like all learning, we're using this process of inference, taking something we already know and comparing it to what we're seeing and experiencing. So we're using pratyaksha through anumana to make conclusions. We again look at the hill and it exhibits these kind of characteristics. This can be done on an individual level when I'm trying to think through something by myself, but mostly Nyaya is a dialogic method where I'm trying to come to a conclusion with someone else. The nibbana is when we conclude, either I conclude by myself or together with other interlocutors that indeed the hill is on fire. So you see that we are creating Shabda, we are creating truth through this process. To give it some context, let's compare it to a common theory in communication. Many communication theories are similar to this. I picked this one because I really like the aspect that it adds about affect. The interlocutors interdialogue focused on vada or shared truth. That would be the medium, the channel. They use avyava. And in dialogue, they work together to find a prama, a knowing episode, to experience something together, a new way of seeing from both their perspectives, beyond fear and desire. That leads to bala, fruitful thought and action for all involved. So that would be the effect. And ultimately, the goal for the interlocutors is to see the world as it is and attain a state of moksha, liberation from desire, fear, misapprehension, and the cycles of birth, pain, and death. So Nyaya is basically a realist school. The world is real and we have to live in it. And if we understand it rightly, we can attain a state of moksha. To visualize it in a less linear way, interlocutors enter vada, a truth and justice focused discussion. And they use the avyama, the 5-part method of reasoning, to create a knowing episode, shared experiential learning, which leads to phala, fruitful shared action and thought, and it leads the interlocutors eventually to a state of moksha, liberation from cycles of birth and pain and death. For context, let's look at a common understanding, because I'm sure some of you are thinking, isn't that similar to Aristotle's model of the syllogism? So let me address that right off. It's similar to, but very different from. Often it is misnamed the syllogism. In fact, many Indian scholars, as well as European scholars, when it was, quote, discovered in the 19th century or brought to Europe, it was called the Indian syllogism. So many 19th century European scholars concluded that it was probably a defective Greek syllogism or maybe influenced by Aristotle's ideas. They didn't realize that they were separate traditions that grew up in different environments. Basically, the Hindu approach reflects the culture that surrounds it, or the Greek reflects the culture that surrounds it. The hill is on fire is actually the conclusion of the Greek, but it begins the Nyaya expression because it is a testing of that claim. The second element, the reason, is the same. There is smoke on the hill. Where they differ is the drishtanta, like fire and smoke and a hearth, is quite different, and it reflects the commitment of the Hindu scholars to keeping the reasoning based in material reality. So, for example, this is from the 32 Tales from the Throne of Vikramaditya. The people speak persuasively to their king for a beneficent act, and they make a claim and a reason. Unmindful of your own ease, you endure pains every day for the sake of your people. It is your nature. And they add an analogical example, like the tree taking the sun to provide shade. Okay, these kinds of examples are all through Indian literature and the great epic stories. This pattern that was codified by Nyaya scholars was something that was extant in that area for a long time. Let's look at Sadharanikran. According to Adhikari, the term Sadharanikran is derived from Sanskrit word sadharan, general presentation, simplification, universalization. These different definitions reveal that it's a very difficult concept to even translate into an English word. Sadharanikran is bound with another concept, saradayata, a state of common orientation, commonality, or oneness. Sadharanikran is the attainment of the saradayata by communicating parties. So the saradaya, inspired by a mood, a thought, an emotion, or idea, encodes it into a message recognizable to the senses using the channel which the receiver decodes. So Adhikari has put this in pretty much a Western type of model. The difference would be that it begins and ends with a saradaya, meaning that they both are doing the work to step into the middle and send, receive, and send back the rasa, the experience. If we look at it in this model, which Adhikari published, then we can see the speakers speak in a context. The saradaya puts the bhava, the moods or emotions, into expression. The channel might be through poetry, through music, through dance. There is some noise involved and some efforts on the part of the saradaya to lessen that noise as it crosses over. The result is an interpretation by the other saradaya, and if it works, there is a taste, a juice, a flavor, rasa. So this is a theory of aesthetic communication. Through a process of feedback, the same thing happens in reverse from the second person or the audience members, and this process becomes a circular process of communication, which leads to Sadharanikran. We relate it to Laszlo's communication model. The saradaya is a person of state of emotional intensity that is co-equal or parallel to the other engaged. In other words, if the audience isn't prepared to be receptive, then this is not going to happen. So the saradaya embodies the bhava in some form, drama, dance, music, or speech, to another saradaya, someone else who is prepared to enter into this relationship. So both parties are engaged in the process. It's a circular process, kind of like when we go to a concert and the audience is as much as involved as the group playing the music on stage. When Sadhranakran, the successful universalization or commonness of experience takes place. An easy way to explain that would be something slightly different than Aristotle's view of catharsis, where he says that the goal of dramatic communication is catharsis, or a release of emotions, of experience. And in this case, it is not the release itself. It is the commonality of the shared experience of release that brings the group together. This would be Sadhranakran. So communication is not just information being transferred. Communication includes purposeful conveyance of shared emotional states of being in commonality. So for a current example, Yadava gives an example of Sadhranakran, but I think it also reflects, interestingly, the Nyaya Sutra's concept of Vara. Nyaya Sutra says directly, discussion is the adoption of one of two opposing sides. What is adopted is analyzed in the form of the five members, Nyaya method, and decided by any means of right knowledge, while its opposite is assailed by confutation. If we look at Yadava's example, it's very interesting. One person makes a point, someone strongly contradicts him, others support one view or the other expressed during the course of the discussion or gossip session. Occasionally, all burst into laughter and then they proceed with their chit-chat. So the first part seems to be very Nyaya, and the second part seems to be very Rasa, or Sadhranakran. So he says they are Saradayas, practitioners of Sadhranakran, and they are experiencing Rasa, the communion of emotional state of joy and commonality. This is sort of a summary of some of the differences between Aristotelian rhetoric, Nyaya, and Sadhranakran. In particular, I want to point out that the goal is quite different. The goal here is movement to the speaker's point of view, whereas the goal in Nyaya is to share, through dialogue, mutual agreement, shared truth. The goal is communion and collective action, the Sadhranakran. Also, they differ, of course, in methods. This one is linguistic. This one is linguistic. This one is multimedic. They differ in their cultural uses. Officially, Aristotle says these are the uses of rhetoric. Nyaya would say that the uses are liberation, moksha, finding fruitful solutions, and to identify different schools of thought. Cultural uses here would be moksha, social normativity, and cultural transmission. So bringing people together for communality and communal action. Goals are also a little different. In Nyaya, the goal is moksha, liberation, but it's similar in goals. And Ananda is a state of joy that is attained through a state of moksha. What does this mean to communication studies or intercultural communication studies? Traditional comms theory, which I think is often applied in intercultural communications, the methodologies remain the same across the discipline. Communication theory studies the scientific process of sending and receiving information. The contrast is this, that I think the Hindu communication theory moves us beyond just mental and informational frameworks. It explains conveyance of emotions and moods, focuses on liberation through dialogue, and rasa through performance. So to conclude, comparative rhetorical studies contributes to communication studies in the sense that it expands models of communication and rhetoric beyond Greco-Roman and Euro-American concepts. It adds new global rhetorical perspectives, methods, terminologies, and resources. And these approaches that we find in other cultures suggest alternative research approaches and methodologies. So in the end, together, we can raise awareness of cultural communication practices and better negotiate shared meaning among various cultural groups. I'd just like to thank you for listening, for being part of this talk today, and I welcome any interactions with you via various methods, my email, I'm on LinkedIn and various other sources like ResearchGate. Be sure to contact me, or through the question and answer in this presentation. So thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Professor Joanna Williams from the Center of English, Macau Polytechnic Institute will be delivering our second keynote address. She has completed her bachelor's degree and PhD from the University of Carolina and has been serving as an educator for over 17 years, having taught everything from English to Polish to being a faculty advisor in the Fulbright program.
Dear Dr. Padma Rani, Dr. H.S. Shubha, Dr. Margaret De Silva, dear colleagues from Manipal and colleagues from IICS, ladies and gentlemen, greetings from Macau, China. I'm very pleased and honored to be invited to give this presentation, and I extend deep thanks and appreciation to the Manipal Institute of Communication and Manipal Academy of Higher Education for organizing this conference. My name is Joanna Radwańska-Williams from Macau Polytechnic Institute. And the title of my presentation is The Apostasy of Jan Mieczysław Baudouin de Courtenay. In 1927, a very famous and well-respected professor of Warsaw University, Jan Baudouin de Courtenay, published a long pamphlet titled My Attitude Toward the Church. This publication was, in fact, a scandalous act of public apostasy. In this presentation, I summarize the content of his pamphlet, and I examine the personal and historical reasons behind his act of apostasy. I then extrapolate from this historical incident to the present-day situation of apostasy in Poland, where it has recently been trending as a social movement of protest against abortion law. Apostasy is defined as the act of renunciation of one's religious faith. In the Catholic Church, it amounts to self-excommunication. Because of his apostasy, Baudouin was eventually buried at the Evangelical Reformed Cemetery in Warsaw, rather than one of the main Catholic cemeteries that would have befitted his social status as a distinguished professor. What does he say in his pamphlet about his drastic act? The pamphlet reads at once like a public confession and a last will and testament. Baudouin writes that when he was a little boy, his faith was strong, but late in his teenage years, he stopped going to church. He witnessed so much suffering in life, first and foremost by his mother, who lost 10 of her 14 children, that he could not follow a God who allows such suffering. In adulthood, he lived for many decades as an agnostic, and yet he felt that he was not being true to himself or being accepted by society as being his true self, because his identity papers classified him as a Catholic. At that time in Poland, one's ID stated one's religion. I have some indirect experience of this myself, because my grandfather, who was Catholic, was not permitted to marry my grandmother, who was Orthodox, until she had officially converted to Catholicism. Later, during the Second World War, my grandfather having had experience with this issue, helped my grandmother's best friend to convert her identity papers from Jewish to Christian, and that was how she survived the war. In his public declaration of apostasy, Baudouin petitioned the municipal government of the city of Warsaw to remove the designation of Catholic from his identity papers and instead write non-denominational. The exact Polish term he used was bezwyznaniowy, which can also be translated as without faith or agnostic. He also expressed his expectation that this would create a problem for his future funeral, and he bequeathed his body, if it could be of use to anyone, to Warsaw University for medical research. Why did Baudouin make his apostasy public? Why did he not go gentle into that good night, even as he was conscious that perhaps the end of his life was drawing near? Well, this publication of the pamphlet was in fact consistent with his notoriously meticulous and uncompromising character as a scholar and as a person. We could say that he was a devotee of truth. He was a great linguist and a great humanist. He was a Pole of French descent, a polyglot in Polish, French, German, Italian, Russian, Sanskrit, and Slovenian. He was equally at home in several countries, and he made huge contributions to general linguistics, Polish philology, Russian philology, and Slovenian dialectology. In addition to being a linguist, Baudouin was a political figure. In 1913, in Imperial Russia, he spent several months in prison for advocating the rights of ethnic minorities. In 1922, in newly independent Poland, he stood as a candidate for president on behalf of the Party of Ethnic Minorities, and lost to Gabriel Narutowicz in the third of 5 rounds of voting. This loss was lucky for Baudouin because Narutowicz was assassinated several days after his inauguration. But it may have been incredibly unlucky for world history, as I shall presently speculate. Baudouin's distaste with the mandatory denotation of religion in identity papers was deeper than his own agnosticism. At that time in history, the designation of ethnic and religious identity in official identity papers created and perpetuated divisions within society. Some years earlier, Baudouin had expressed his political views in another pamphlet titled "On the Issue of Rising Anti-Semitism." Baudouin advocated that to integrate society, it would be advisable not only for ethnically Jewish people to learn Polish, but also for ethnically Polish people to study Yiddish. In the 1927 pamphlet of his apostasy, he blames the Catholic Church for condoning or even instigating the rising tide of anti-Semitism. At that time, in the first half of the 20th century, a large proportion of the population of Poland was ethnically Jewish. During the Second World War, the vast majority of Poland's Jews perished during the Holocaust. How different would not only Polish history, but world history have been if Baudouin had indeed been elected as president of Poland? Would his liberal policies of integration, ethnic equality, and secularism have been implemented? When Nazi Germany invaded Poland, if the citizens' identity papers had not specified a person's ethnic identity and religion, would the Holocaust itself perhaps have been thwarted or even prevented? Tragically, these questions remain forever speculative. However, a lesson can be drawn from Baudouin's outspokenness and remarkable personality. It takes courage to challenge the established social and political order. People like Baudouin risk their social reputation when they raise challenging questions and objections. Yet, they may go down in history as visionaries. As fellow citizens, we should not shirk the quirky, the outspoken, the self-revealing, the seemingly unwise or unpragmatic, the earnest, the rebellious, the truth seekers, and the truth challengers. In the instance of Baudouin, what may have been a scandalous act of apostasy in his day contained a kernel of truth of historical prescience. History is often propelled forward by outliers. As scholars who are devoted to comparing cultures and promoting understanding between them, we should be attuned to voices of dissent, such as Baudouin's. When I was pondering about the relevance of Baudouin to today's society, I came across some astonishing information. In the last few months, Baudouin has become a cultural icon for young feminist protesters in Poland. Since the passing of the controversial abortion law in October 2020, there has been a movement of apostasy, or deliberately leaving the ranks of the Catholic Church, in protest against its perceived abuse of political power. I should make my personal stance clear here that I am a practicing Catholic and I do not advocate apostasy. However, in regard to the topic of this presentation, the present trend of protest apostasy is an astounding development. It is quite possible that this would not be happening now without having had the historical precedent of Baudouin in 1927. Based on documents and discussion available on the internet, I have reconstructed the following timeline of recent events. On the 7th of October 2015, the Conference of Polish Bishops issued a decree permitting a formal procedure of leaving the Catholic Church in cases of heresy, apostasy, or schism. An adult person who has been baptized as a Catholic, but who no longer wishes to take part in the communion of the Catholic Church, must submit a written declaration in person to the parish priest of that person's place of residence and undergo in person a consultation with that priest, whose duty it is, in a loving manner, to try to dissuade the applicant from his or her decision and to ascertain the applicant's free and conscious will. Then the original copy of the applicant's declaration is kept in the archives of the parish, while another copy is sent to the curia of the diocese. The Catholic Church then instructs that an annotation be made to the applicant's record of baptism that this person has expressed his or her free will to leave the communion of the Catholic Church. Theologically speaking, this act does not annul the sacrament of baptism, but it does de facto amount to excommunication, and an additional penalty of formal excommunication may also be imposed, which affects, for example, one's ability to be married in the church or to receive a church burial. However, if that person later in life, in the face of imminent death, expresses repentance, he or she may be forgiven by a priest and receive last rites and communion. However, if the person wishes to return to the Catholic Church earlier in life than in the face of imminent death, he or she must undergo a similar application procedure to that of the original act of apostasy in order to gain permission to reverse the apostasy and remove the penalty of excommunication. On the 22nd of October 2020, the Constitutional Tribunal of Poland, most of whose judges have been appointed by the Conservative Law and Justice Party, ruled against abortion in most cases except for rape, incest, and when the mother's life is in danger. This means that abortion is prohibited even in cases when the fetus is found to have severe genetic abnormalities, and it makes Polish abortion law one of the strictest in the European Union, alongside Malta. In regard to this ban on abortions, United Nations human rights experts have expressed the opinion that, quote, "It cannot be justified by invoking the protection of the right to life as the right to life and all other human rights under international human rights law are accorded to those who have been born. Those who believe that personhood commences at the time of conception have the freedom to act in accordance with their beliefs, but not to impose their beliefs on others through the legal system." End quote. Since October 2020, there have been many protests, both in person and on social media, against this extremely restrictive abortion law. While the street protests have been more visible, the social protests mediated by the internet have been equally striking. The leftist political party named Wiosna, Spring, established an apostasy counter on the internet, where people who have formally filed for apostasy can register their names publicly as a sign of protest against the Catholic Church. Ironically, these recent acts of public apostasy are not so much an expression of renunciation of faith, which is the theological definition of apostasy, but specifically of protest against the political power of the Catholic Church in Poland. It is in this context that commentators on the internet have referred back to the historical precedent of the apostasy of the famous professor of linguistics, Baudouin de Courtenay, who criticized the Catholic Church before the Second World War. Being a part of the European Union, Poland is in a democratically privileged position relative to some other countries in the world. There are no legal repercussions of apostasy other than the consequences of excommunication under canon law, and even under Catholic canon law, apostasy is reversible and does not incur any physical penalty, unlike under Sharia law in Islam. It is an act of freedom of thought, conscience, and religion, as articulated under Title II, Article 10 of the European Union Charter of Fundamental Rights, which states that, quote, "Everyone has the right to freedom of thought, conscience, and religion. This right includes freedom to change religion or belief, and freedom, either alone or in community with others, and in public or in private, to manifest religion or belief in worship, teaching, practice, and observance." End quote. In this presentation, I have described the very controversial, even taboo, act of apostasy as a social expression of freedom of conscience. As stated in the theme of this conference, quote, "As we move further into the 21st century, issues of diversity and multiculturalism are becoming increasingly complex. The constant flow of persons, cultures, and ideas between and among nations not only intensifies contact and connection among global citizens, but also brings to the surface both emergent and perennial issues of difference, identity, and territory." What does it mean to live in a multicultural society? End quote. In the case of Poland, it has had to face this question repeatedly in its history. Today, as part of the European Union, Poland is a democratic country, and its citizens are cognizant of the freedoms that democracy brings. Polish citizens are free to travel and work in other countries and are in daily contact with other cultures. This freedom brings to the surface tensions between competing, perhaps even incompatible, values and beliefs. Like many European countries, Poland is struggling with issues of governance and social identity. Democracy is a guarantor of individual freedoms, while governments seek to legislate social norms. Individual acts of self-expression, especially in the days of social media, can catalyze social movements. We have yet to see where the current social movement will lead and how the present tensions will be resolved. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, ma'am. We would like to thank all the participants for joining us today and enlightening everyone with their invaluable research. It was truly appreciated, and I think we all go home today a little more wiser, aware, and than we were when we first walked in. We hope to meet everyone tomorrow for day 2 of the conference. Thank you.